Anticipations by Herbert George Wells. Narrated by Gary Williams. Chapter 1. Locomotion in the 20th Century. It is proposed in this book to present, in as orderly an arrangement as the necessarily diffused nature of the subject admits, certain speculations about the trend of present forces, speculations which, taken altogether, will build up an imperfect and very hypothetical but sincerely intended forecast of the way things will probably go in this new century. Footnote. In the early papers, of which this is the first, attention will be given to the probable development of the civilized community in general. Afterwards, these generalizations will be modified in accordance with certain broad differences of race, custom, and religion. End of footnote. Necessarily, diffidence will be one of the graces of the performance. Hitherto such forecasts have been presented almost invariably in the form of fiction, and commonly the provocation of the satirical opportunity has been too much for the writer. Footnote. Of quite serious forecasts and inductions of things to come, the number is very small indeed. A suggestion or so of Mr. Herbert Spencer's, Mr. Kidd's Social Evolution, some hints from Mr. Archdale Reed, some political forecasts, German for the most part, Hartmann's Earth in the 20th Century, e.g. some incidental forecasts by Professor Langley, Century Magazine, December 1884, e.g., and such isolated computations as Professor Crook's Wheat Warning, and the various estimates of our coal supply, make almost a complete bibliography. Of fiction, of course, there is abundance. Stories of the year 2000, and battles of Dorking, and the like. I learned from Mr. Peddy, the bibliographer, over 100 pamphlets and books of that description. But from its very nature, and I am writing with the intimacy of one who has tried, fiction can never be satisfactory in this application. Fiction is necessarily concrete and definite. It permits of no open alternatives. Its aim of illusion prevents a proper amplitude of demonstration, and modern prophecy should be, one submits, a branch of speculation, and should follow with all decorum the scientific method. The very form of fiction carries with it something of disavowal. Indeed, very much of the fiction of the future pretty frankly abandons the prophetic altogether, and becomes polemical, cautionary, or idealistic, and a mere footnote and commentary to our present discontents. End of footnote. The narrative form becomes more and more of a nuisance as the speculative introductions become sincerer, and here it will be abandoned altogether in favour of a texture of frank inquiries and arranged considerations. Our utmost aim is a rough sketch of the coming time, a prospectus, as it were, of the joint undertaking of mankind in facing these impending years. The reader is a prospective shareholder, he and his heirs, though whether he will find this anticipatory balance sheet to his belief or liking is another matter. For reasons that will develop themselves more clearly as these papers unfold, it is extremely convenient to begin with a speculation, upon the probable developments and changes of the means of land locomotion during the coming decades. No one who has studied the civil history of the 19th century will deny how far-reaching the consequences of changes in transit may be, and no one who has studied the military performances of General Buller and General De Wet but will see that upon transport, upon locomotion, may also hang the most momentous issues of politics and war. The growth of our great cities, the rapid population of America, the entry of China into the field of European politics are, for example, quite obviously and directly consequences of new methods of locomotion. And while so much hangs upon the development of these methods, that development is, on the other hand, a process comparatively independent, now at any rate, of most of the other great movements affected by it. It depends upon a sequence of ideas arising and of experiments made, and upon laws of political economy, almost as inevitable as natural laws. Such great issues, supposing them to be possible, as the return of Western Europe to the Roman Communion, the overthrow of the British Empire by Germany, or the inundation of Europe by the Yellow Peril, might conceivably affect such details, let us say, as door handles and ventilators, or mileage of line, but would probably leave the essential features of the evolution of locomotion untouched. The evolution of locomotion has a purely historical relation to the Western European peoples. It is no longer dependent upon them, or exclusively in their hands. The Malay nowadays sets out upon his pilgrimage to Mecca in an excursion steamship of iron, and the immemorial Hindu goes a-shopping in a train, and in Japan and Australasia and America there are plentiful hands and minds to take up the process now, even should the European let it fall. The beginning of the 20th century happens to coincide with a very interesting phase in that great development of means of land transit that has been the distinctive feature, speaking materially, of the 19th century. The 19th century, when it takes its place, with the other centuries in the chronological charts of the future, will, if it needs a symbol, almost inevitably have as that symbol a steam engine running upon a railway. This period covers the first experiments, the first great developments, and the complete elaboration of that mode of transit, and the determination of nearly all the broad features of this century's history may be traced directly or indirectly to that process. And since an interesting light is thrown upon the new phases in land locomotion that are now beginning, it will be well to begin this forecast with a retrospect and to revise very shortly the history of the addition of steam travel to the resources of mankind. A curious, profitable question arises at once. How is it that the steam locomotive appeared at the time it did, and not earlier in the history of the world? Because it was not invented, but why was it not invented? Not for want of a crowning intellect, for none of the many minds concerned in the development strikes one as the mind of Newton, Shakespeare, or Darwin strikes one as being that of an unprecedented man. It is not that The need for the railway and steam engine had only just arisen, and, to use one of the most egregiously wrong and misleading phrases that ever dropped from the lips of man, the demand created the supply. It was quite the other way about. There was really no urgent demand for such things at the time. The current needs of the European world seem to have been fairly well served by coach and diligence in 1800, and, on the other hand, every administrator of intelligence in the Roman and Chinese empires must have felt an urgent need for more rapid methods of transit than those at his disposal. Nor was the development of the steam locomotive the result of any sudden discovery of steam. Steam and something of the mechanical possibilities of steam had been known for 2,000 years. It had been used for pumping water, opening doors, and working toys before the Christian era. It may be urged that this advance was the outcome of that new and more systematic handling of knowledge initiated by Lord Bacon and sustained by the Royal Society. But this does not appear to be the case. Though no doubt the new habits of mind that spread outward from the centre played their part, the men whose names are cardinal in the history of this development invented, for the most part, in a quite empirical way, and Trevithick's engine was running along its rails, and Evans' boat was walloping up the Hudson a quarter of a century before Carnot expounded his general proposition. There were no such deductions from principles to application as occur in the story of electricity to justify our attribution of the steam engine to the scientific impulse, nor does this particular invention seem to have been directly due to the new possibilities of reducing, shaping, and casting iron afforded by the substitution of coal for wood in ironworks through the greater temperature afforded by a coal fire. In China, coal has been used in the reduction of iron for many centuries. No doubt these new facilities did greatly help the steam engine in its invasion of the field of common life, but quite certainly they were not sufficient to set it going. It was, indeed, not one cause, but a very complex and unprecedented series of causes that set the steam locomotive going. It was indirectly and in another way that the introduction of coal became the decisive factor. One peculiar condition of its production in England seems to have supplied just one ingredient that had been missing for 2,000 years in the group of conditions that were necessary before the steam locomotive could appear. This missing ingredient was a demand for some comparatively simple, profitable machine, upon which the elementary principles of steam utilization could be worked out. If one studies Stephenson's rocket in detail, as one realizes its profound complexity, one begins to understand how impossible it would have been for that structure to have come into existence de novo, however urgently the world had need of it. But it happened that the coal needed to replace the dwindling forests of the small and exceptionally rain-saturated country occurs in low, hollow basins overlying clay, and not, as in China and the Alleghenies, for example, on high laying outcrops that can be worked as chalk is worked in England. From this fact, it followed that some quite unprecedented pumping appliances became necessary, and the thoughts of practical men were turned thereby to the long-neglected possibilities of steam. Wind was extremely inconvenient for the purpose of pumping, because in these latitudes it is inconsistent. It was costly, too, because at any time the labourers might be obliged to sit at the pit's mouth for weeks together, whistling for a gale, or waiting for the water to be got under again. But steam had already been used for pumping upon one or two estates in England, rather as a toy than in earnest, before the middle of the 17th century, and the attempt to employ it was so obvious as to be practically unavoidable. Footnote. It might have been used in the same way in Italy in the 1st century, had not the grandiose taste for aqueducts prevailed. End of footnote. The water trickling into the coal measures, footnote, and also into the Cornwall mines, be it noted. End of footnote. Acted, therefore, like water trickling upon chemicals that have long been mixed together, dry and inert. Immediately the latent reactions were set going. Savory, New Common, a host of other workers, culminating in what? Working always by steps that were at least so nearly obvious as to give rise again and again to simultaneous discoveries, change the toy of steam into a real and commercial thing, developed a trade in pumping engines, created foundries and a new art of engineering, and almost unconscious of what they were doing, made the steam locomotive a well-nigh unavoidable consequence. At last, after a century of improvement on pumping engines, there remained nothing but the very obvious stage of getting the engine that had been developed on wheels and out upon the ways of the world. Ever and again, during the 18th century, an engine would be put upon the roads and pronounced a failure. One monstrous palipheric creature was visible on a French high road as early as 1769. But by the dawn of the 19th century, the problem had very nearly got itself solved. By 1804, Trevithick had a steam locomotive, indisputably in motion and almost financially possible. And from his hands it puffed its way, slowly at first, and then, under Stephenson, faster and faster, to a transitory empire over the earth. It was a steam locomotive, but for all that, it was primarily a steam engine for pumping, adapted to a new end. It was a steam engine whose ancestral stage had developed under conditions that were by no means exacting in the matter of weight, and from that fact followed a consequence that has hampered railway travel and transport very greatly, and that is tolerated nowadays only through a belief in its practical necessity. The steam locomotive was all too huge and heavy for the high road. It had to be put upon rails, and so clearly linked are steam engines and railways in our minds that, in common language now, the latter implies the former, but indeed it is the result of accidental impediments, of avoidable difficulties that we travel today on rails. Railway travelling is at best a compromise. The quite conceivable idea of locomotive convenience, so far as travellers are concerned, is surely a highly mobile conveyance capable of travelling easily and swiftly to any desired point, traversing at a reasonable controlled pace the ordinary roads and streets, and having access for higher rates of speed and long-distance travelling to specialised ways restricted to swift traffic, and possibly furnished with guide rails for the collection and delivery of all sorts of perishable goods. Also, the same system is obviously altogether superior to the existing methods. Moreover, such a system would admit of that secular progress in engines and vehicles that the stereotyped conditions of the railway have almost completely arrested, because it would allow almost any new pattern to be put at once upon the ways without interference with the established traffic. Had such an ideal been kept in view from the first, the traveller would now be able to get through his long-distance journeys at a pace of from 70 miles or more an hour without changing, and without any of the trouble, waiting, expense and delay that arises between the household or hotel and the actual rail. It was an ideal that must have been at least possible to an intellectual person 50 years ago, and had it been resolutely pursued, the world, instead of fumbling from compromise to compromise, as it always has done, and as it will do very probably for many centuries yet, might have been provided today not only with an infinitely more practical method of communication, but with one capable of a steady and continual evolution from year to year. But there was a more obvious path of development, and one immediately cheaper, and along that path went short-sighted 19th century progress, quite heedless of the possibility of ending in a cul-de-sac. The first locomotives, apart from the heavy tradition of their ancestry, were, like all experimental machinery, needlessly clumsy and heavy, and their inventors, being men of insufficient faith, instead of working for lightness and smoothness of motion, took the easier course of placing them upon the tramways that were already in existence, chiefly for the transit of heavy goods over soft roads, and from that followed a very interesting and curious result. These train lines very naturally had exactly the width of an ordinary cart, a width prescribed by the strength of one horse. Few people saw in the locomotive anything but a cheap substitute for horseflesh, or found anything incongruous in letting the dimensions of a horse determine the dimensions of an engine. It mattered nothing that from the first the passenger was ridiculously cramped, hampered, and crowded in the carriage. He had always been cramped in a coach, and it would have seemed utopian, a very dreadful thing indeed, to our grandparents to propose travel without cramping. By mere inertia, the horse-cart gauge, the 4 foot 8.5 inches gauge, the mine contradicenta, established itself in the world, and now everywhere the train is dwarfed to a scale that limits alike its comfort, power, and speed. Before every engine, as it were, trots the ghost of a superseded horse, refuses most resolutely to trot faster than 50 miles an hour, and shies and threatens catastrophe at every point and curve. That 50 miles an hour, most authorities are agreed, is the limit of our speed for land travel, so far as existing conditions go. Footnote. It might be worse if the biggest horses had been Shetland ponies. We should be travelling now in railway carriages to hold two each side at a maximum speed of perhaps 20 miles an hour. There is hardly any reason beyond this tradition of the horse why the railway carriage should not be even 9 or 10 feet wide. The width, that is, of the smallest room in which people can live in comfort, hung on such springs and wheels as would evidently destroy all vibration, and furnished with all the equipment of comfortable chambers. End of footnote. Only a revolutionary reconstruction of the railways or the development of some new competing method of land travel can carry us beyond that. People of today take the railway for granted as they take scar and sky. They were born in a railway world, and they expect to die in one. But if only they will strip from their eyes the most blinding of all influences, acquiescence in the familiar, they will see clearly enough that this vast and elaborate railway system of ours, by which the whole world is linked together, is really only a vast system of trains of horse wagons and coaches drawn along rails by pumping engines upon wheels. Is that, in spite of its present vast extension, likely to remain the predominant method of land locomotion, even for so short a period as the next 100 years? Now, so much capital is represented by the existing type of railways, and they have so firm an establishment in the acquaintances of men that it is very doubtful if the railway will ever attempt any very fundamental change in the direction of greater speed or facility, unless they are first exposed to the pressure of our second alternative, competition, and we may very well go on to inquire how long will it be before that second alternative comes into operation, if ever it is to do so. Let us consider what other possibilities seem to offer themselves. Let us revert to the ideal we have already laid down, and consider what hopes and obstacles to its attainment there seem to be. The abounding presence of numerous experimental motors today is so stimulating to the imagination. There are so many stimulated persons at work upon them that it is difficult to believe the obvious impossibility of most of them, their convulsiveness, clumsiness, and, in many cases, exasperating trail of stench will not be rapidly fined away. Footnote. Explosives as a motive power were first attempted by Huygens and one or two others in the 17th century, and just as with the turbine type of apparatus, it was probably the impetus given to the development of steam by the convenient collocation of coal and water and the need of an engine that arrested the advance of this parallel inquiry until our own time. Explosive engines in which gas and petroleum are employed are now abundant, but for all that we can regard the explosive engine as still in its experimental stages. So far, research in explosives has been directed chiefly to the possibilities of higher and still higher explosives for use in war. The neglect of the mechanical application of this class of substance being largely due to the fact that chemists are not as a rule engineers, nor engineers chemists, but an easily portable substance, the decomposition of which would evolve energy, or what is, from the practical point of view, much the same thing, an easily portable substance which could be decomposed electrically by wind or water power, and which would then recombine and supply force, either in intermittent thrusts at a piston or at an electric current, would be infinitely more convenient for all locomotive purposes than the cumbersome bunkers and boilers required by steam. The presumption is altogether in favour of the possibility of such substances. Their advent will be the beginning of the end of steam traction on land and of steamship at sea, the end indeed of the age of coal and steam. And even with regard to steam, there may be a curious change of method before the end. It is beginning to appear that, after all the piston and cylinder type of engines, for locomotive purposes on water, and at least, if not on land, by no means the most perfect, another and fundamentally different type, the turbine type, in which the impulse of the steam spins a wheel instead of shoving a piston, would appear to be altogether better than the adapted pumping engine, at any rate for the purposes of steam navigation. Hero of Alexandria describes an elementary form of such an engine, and the early experimenters of the 17th century tried and abandoned the rotary principle. It was not adapted to pumping, and pumping was the only application that then offered sufficient immediate encouragement to persistence. The thing marked time for quite 2 centuries and a half. Therefore, while the piston engines perfected themselves, and only in the 80s did the requirements of the dynamo-electric machine open a practicable way of advance, the motors of the dynamo-electric machine in the 19th century, in fact, played exactly the role of the pumping engine in the 18th, and by 1894 so many difficulties of detail had been settled that a syndicate of capitalists and scientific men could face the construction of an experimental ship. This ship, the Turbinia, after a considerable amount of trial and modification, attained an unprecedented speed of 34.5 knots an hour, and His Majesty's Navy has possessed in the Turbinia's younger and greater sister, the Viper, now unhappily lost, a torpedo destroyer capable of 41 miles an hour. There can be little doubt that the sea speeds of 50 and even 60 miles an hour will be attained within the next few years, but I do not think that these developments do more than delay the advent of the explosive or storage of force engine. End of footnote. I do not think that it is asking too much of the reader's faith in progress to assume that, so far as light powerful engine goes, comparatively noiseless, smooth running, not obnoxious to sensitive nostrils and altogether suitable for high road traffic, the problem will very speedily be solved. And upon that assumption, in what direction are these new motor vehicles likely to develop? How will they react upon the railways? And where, finally, will they take us? At present, they seem to promise developments upon three distinct and definite lines. There will, first of all, be the motor truck for heavy traffic. Already such trucks are in evidence, distributing goods and parcels of various sorts. And sooner or later, no doubt, the numerous advantages of such an arrangement will lead to the organization of large carrier companies, using such motor trucks to carry goods in bulk or parcels on the high roads. Such companies will be in an exceptionally favorable position to organize storage and repair of the motors of the general public on profitable terms, and possibly to cooperate in various ways with the manufacturers of special types of motor machines. In the next place, and parallel with the motor truck, there will develop the hired or privately owned motor carriage. This, for all except the longest journeys, will add a fine sense of personal independence to all the small conveniences of first-class railway travel. It will be capable of a day's journey or 300 miles or more, long before the developments to be presently foreshadowed arrive. One will change nothing unless it is the driver from stage to stage. One will be free to dine where one chooses, hurry when one chooses, travel asleep or awake, stop and pick flowers, turn over in bed of a morning and tell the carriage to wait, unless, which is highly probable, one sleeps aboard. Footnote: the historian of the future, writing about the 19th century, will, I sometimes fancy, find a new meaning in a familiar phrase. It is the custom to call this the most democratic age the world has ever seen, and most of us are beguiled by the etymological contrast and the memory of certain legislative revulsions to oppose one form of stupidity prevailing to another, and to fancy we mean the opposite to an aristocratic period. But indeed we do not, so far as that political point goes. This Chinaman has always been infinitely more democratic than the European, but the world, by a series of graduations into error, has come to use democratic as a substitute for wholesale, and as an opposite to individual, without realizing the shifted application at all. Thereby, old aristocracy, the organization of society for the glory of preservation of the secret dull, gets to a flavor even of freedom. When the historian of the future speaks of the past century as a democratic century, he will have in mind, more than anything else, the unprecedented fact that we seem to do everything in heaps. We read in epidemics, clothed ourselves, all over the world, in identical fashions, built and furnished our houses in stereo designs, and travelled that naturally most individual proceeding in bales. To make the railway train a perfect symbol of our times, it should be presented as uncomfortably full in the third class, a few passengers standing, and everybody reading the current number either of the Daily Mail, Person's Weekly, Answers, Titbits, or whatever greatest novel of the century happened to be going. But, as I hope to make clearer in my later papers, this democracy, or wholesale method of living, like the railways, is transient, a first makeshift development of a great and, finally, to me at least, quite hopeful social organisation. End of footnote. And thirdly, there will be the motor omnibus, attacking or developing out of the horse omnibus companies and the suburban lines. All this seems fairly safe prophesying, and these things, which are quite obviously coming even now, will be working out their many structural problems when the next phase in their development begins. The motor omnibus companies, competing against the suburban railways, will find themselves hampered in the speed of their longer runs by the slower horse traffic on their routes, and they will attempt to secure, and it may be after tough legislative struggles, will secure the power to form private roads of a new sort, upon which their vehicles will be free to travel up to the limit of their very highest possible speed. It is along the line of such private tracks and roads that the forces of change will certainly tend to travel, and along which I am absolutely convinced they will travel. This segregation of motor traffic is probably a matter that may begin even in the present decade. Once this process of segregation from the high road of the horse and the pedestrian sets in, it will probably go on rapidly. It may spread out from short omnibus routes, much as the London Metropolitan Railway system has spread. The motor carrier companies, competing in speed of delivery with the quickened railways, will conceivably cooperate with the long-distance omnibus and the hired carriage companies in the formation of trunk lines. Almost insensibly, certain highly profitable longer routes will be joined up, the London to Brighton, for example, in England, and the quiet English citizen will no doubt, while these things are still quite exceptional and experimental in his lagging land, read one day with surprise in the violently illustrated popular magazine of 1910 that there are now so many thousand miles of these roads already established in America and Germany and elsewhere, and thereupon, after some patriotic meditations, he may pull himself together. We may even hazard some details about these special roads. For example, they will be very different from macadamized roads. They will be used only by soft-tired conveyances, the battering horseshoes, the perpetual filth of horse traffic, and the clumsy wheels of laden carts will never wear them. It may be that they will have a surface like that of some cycle racing tracks, though since they will be open to wind and weather, it is perhaps more probable that they will be made of very good asphalt, sloped to drain, and still more probable that they will be of some quite new substance altogether. Whether hard or resilient is beyond my foretelling. They will have to be very wide. They will be just as wide as the courage of their promoters goes, and if the first made are too narrow, there will be no question of gauge to limit the later ones. Their traffic in opposite directions will probably be strictly separated, and it will no doubt habitually disregard complicated and fussy regulations imposed under the initiative of the railway interest by such official bodies as the Board of Trade. The promoters will doubtless take a hint from suburban railway traffic and from the current difficulty of the Metropolitan Police. And where their ways branch, the streams of traffic will not cross at a level but by bridges. It is easily conceivable that once these tracks are in existence, cyclists and motorists, other than those of the constructing companies, will be able to make use of them, and moreover, once they exist, it will be possible to experiment with vehicles of a size and power quite beyond the dimensions prescribed by our ordinary roads whose width has been entirely determined by the size of a cart a horse can pull. Footnote. So we begin to see the possibility of laying that phantom horse that haunts the railways to this day so disastrously. End of footnote. Countless modifying influences will of course come into operation. For example, it has been assumed, perhaps rashly, that the railway influence will certainly remain jealous and hostile to these growths, that what may be called the bicycle ticket policy will be pursued throughout. Assuredly, there will be fights of every complicated sort at first, but once one of these specialized lines is in operation, it may be that some, at least, of the railway companies will hasten to replace their flanged rolling stock by carriages with rubber tyres, remove their rails, broaden their cuttings and embankments, raise their bridges and take to the new ways of traffic. Or they may find it answer to cut fares, widen their gauges, reduce their gradients, modify their points and curves, and woo the passenger back with carriages beautifully hung and sumptuously furnished, and all the convenience and luxury of a club. Few people would mind being an hour or so longer going to Paris from London if the railway travelling was neither rackety, cramped, nor tedious. One could be patient enough if one was neither being jarred, defended, cut into slices by draughts, and continually more densely caked in a filthy dust of coal. If one could write smoothly and easily at a steady table, read papers, have one's hair cut, and dine in comfort. Footnote. A correspondent, Mr. Rudolph Siran, writes to correct me here, and I cannot do better, I think, than thank him and quote what he says. It is hardly right to state that 50 miles an hour is the limit of our speed for land travel, so far as existing conditions go. As far as English traffic is concerned, the statement is approximately correct. In the United States, however, there are several trains running now which average over considerable distances, more than 60 miles an hour, stoppages included. Nor is there much reason why this should not be considerably increased. What especially hampers the development of railways in England, as compared with other countries, is the fact that the rolling stock template is too small. Hence, carriages in England have to be narrower and lower than carriages in the United States, although both run on the same standard gauge, 4 feet 8.5 inches. The result is that several things which you describe as not possible at present, such as write smoothly and easily at a steady table, read papers, have one's hair cut, and dine in comfort, are not only feasible but actually attained on some of the good American trains. For instance, on the present Empire State Express running between New York and Buffalo, or on the present Pennsylvania Limited running between New York and Chicago, and on others. With the Pennsylvania Limited travel stenographers and typewriters whose services are placed at the disposal of passengers free of charge. But the train on which there is the least vibration of any is probably the new Empire State Express, and on this it is certainly possible to write smoothly and easily at a steady table. End of footnote. None of which things are possible at present, and none of which require any new inventions, any revolutionary contrivances, or indeed anything but an intelligent application of existing resources and known principles. Our rage for fast trains, so far as long-distance travel is concerned, is largely a passion to end the extreme discomfort involved. It is in the daily journey on the suburban train, that daily tax of time, that speed is in itself so eminently desirable, and it is just here that the conditions of railway travel most hopelessly fail. It must always be remembered that the railway train, as against the motor, has the advantage that its wholesale traction reduces the prime cost by demanding only one engine for a number of coaches. This will not serve the first-class long-distance passenger, but it may the third, and against that economy one must balance the necessary delay of a relatively infrequent service, which later item becomes relatively greater and greater in proportion to the former, the briefer the journey to be made, and it may be that many railways which are neither capable of modification into suburban motor tracks, nor of development into luxurious through routes, will find, in spite of the loss of many elements of their old activity, that there is still a profit to be made from a certain section of the heavy goods traffic, and from cheap excursions. These are forms of work for which railways seem to be particularly adapted, and which the diversion of a great portion of their passenger traffic would enable them to conduct even more efficiently. It is difficult to imagine, for example, how any sort of road car organization could beat the railways at the business of distributing coal and timber and similar goods which are taken in bulk directly from the pit or wharf to local centres of distribution. It must always be remembered that, at the worst, the defeat of such a great organisation as the railway system does not involve its disappearance until a long period has elapsed. It means at first no more than a period of modification and differentiation. Before extinction can happen, a certain amount of wealth in railway property must absolutely disappear, though under the stress of successful competition, the capital value of the railways may conceivably fall, and continue to fall, towards the marine store prices. Fares and freights pursue the sweated working expenses to the vanished point, and the land occupied sink to the level of not very eligible building sites. Yet the railway will, nevertheless, continue in operation until these downward limits are positively attained. An imagination prone to the picturesque insists at this stage upon a vision of the later days of one of the less happily situated lines, along a weedy embankment there pants and clangs a patched and tarnished engine, its paint blistered, its parts leprously dull. It is driven by an aged and sweated driver, and the burning garbage of its furnace distills a choking reek into the air. A huge train of urban dust trucks bangs and clatters behind it, en route to that sequestered dumping ground, where rubbish is burnt to some industrial end. But that is a lapse into the merely just possible, and at most a local tragedy. Almost certainly the existing lines of railway will develop and differentiate, some in one direction and some in the other, according to the nature of the pressure upon them. Almost all will probably be still in existence, and the drivers' ways busy, spite of the swarming new highways I have ventured to foreshadow 100 years from now. In fact, we have to contemplate not so much a supersession of the railways as a modification and specialization of them in various directions, and the enormous development beside them of competing and supplementary methods. And step by step, with these developments, will come a very considerable acceleration of the ferry traffic of the narrow seas through such improvements as the introduction of turbine engines. So far as the high road and the longer journeys go, this is the extent of our prophecy. Footnote. Since this appeared in the Fortnightly Review, I have had the pleasure of reading 20th Century Inventions by Mr. George Sutherland, and I find very much else of interest bearing on these questions. The happy suggestion for the ferry transists, at any rate, of a rail along the sea bottom, which would serve as a guide to swift submarine vessels, out of reach of all that superficial motion that is so distressing, and of all possibilities of collision. End of footnote. But in the discussion of all questions of land locomotion, one must come at last to the knots of the network, to the central portions of the towns, the dense, vast towns of our time, with their high ground values and their narrow, already almost impassable streets. I hope at a later stage to give some reasons for anticipating that the centripetal pressure of the congested towns of our epoch may ultimately be very greatly relieved, but for the next few decades at least, the usage of existing conditions will prevail, and in every town there is a certain nucleus of offices, hotels, and shops upon which the centrifugal forces, I anticipate, will certainly not operate. At present, the streets of many larger towns, and especially of such old established towns as London, whose central portions have the narrowest arteries, present a quite unprecedented state of congestion. When the green of some future history of the English people comes to review our times, he will, from his standpoint of comfort and convenience, find the present streets of London quite or even more incredibly unpleasant than are the filthy kennels, the mud-holes and darkness of the streets of the 17th century to our enlightened minds. He will echo our question, why did people stand it? He will be struck first of all by the omnipresence of mud, filthy mud, churned up by hooves and wheels under the inclement skies, and perpetually defiled and added to by innumerable horses. Imagine his description of a young lady crossing the road at the Marble Arch in London on a wet November afternoon, breathless, foul-footed, splashed by a passing hansom from head to foot, happy that she has reached the further pavement alive at the mere cost of her ruined clothes, just where the bicycle might have served its most useful purpose, he will write, in affording a healthy daily ride to the innumerable clerks and such like sedentary toilers of the central region. It was rendered impossible by the danger of side-slip in the vast, ferocious traffic. And indeed, to my mind, at least, this last is the crowning absurdity of the present state of affairs, that the clerk and the shop hand, classes of people positively starved of exercise, should be obliged to spend yearly the price of a bicycle upon a season ticket because of the quite unendurable inconvenience and danger of urban cycling. Now, in what direction will matters move? The first and most obvious thing to do, the thing that in many cases is being attempted and in futile, insufficient way getting itself done, the thing that I do not for one moment regard as the final remedy, is the remedy of the architect and builder, profitable enough to them, anyhow, to widen the streets and to cut new arteries. Now, every new artery means a series of new whirlpools of traffic, such as the pensive Londoner may study for himself at the indiscretion of Shaftesbury Avenue with Oxford Street, and unless colossal or inconveniently steep crossing bridges are made, the wider the affluent arteries, the more terrible the battle of the traffic. Imagine Regent's Circus on the scale of the place de la Concorde, and there is the value of the ground to consider. With every increment of width, the value of the dwindling remainder in the meshes of the network of roads will rise, until to pave the widened streets with gold will be a mere trifling addition to the cost of their improvement. There is, however, quite another direction in which the congestion may find relief, and that is in the regulation of the traffic. This has already begun in London, in an attack on the crawling cab, and in the new bylaws of the London County Council, whereby certain specific forms of heavy traffic are prohibited, the use of the streets between 10 and 7. These things may be the first beginning of a process of restriction that may go far. Many people living at the present time who have grown up amidst the exceptional and possible very transient characteristics of this time will be disposed to regard the traffic in the streets of our great cities as a part of the natural order of things, and as unavoidable as the throng upon the pavement. But indeed, the presence of all the chief constituents of this vacuolar torrent, the cabs and hansoms, the vans, the omnibuses, everything indeed, except the few private carriages, are as novel as distinctively things of the 19th century as the railway train. and the needle telegraph. The streets of the great towns of antiquity, the streets of the great towns of the East, the streets of all the medieval towns were not intended for any sort of wheeled traffic at all, were designed primarily and chiefly for pedestrians. So it would be, I suppose, in anyone's ideal city. Surely, town, in theory at least, is a place one walks about as one walks about a house and a garden, dressed with a certain ceremonious elaboration, safe from mud and hardship and defilement of foul weather, buying, meeting, dining, studying, carousing, seeing the play. It is the growth in size of the city that has necessitated the growth of this coarser traffic that has made town, at last, so utterly detestable. But if one reflects, it becomes clear that, save for the vans of goods, this moving tide of wheeled masses is still essentially a stream of urban pedestrians who, by reason of the distances they have to go, have had to jump on buses and take cabs, in a word, to bring in the high road to their aid. And the vehicular traffic of the street is essentially the high road traffic, very roughly adapted to the new needs. The cab is a simple development of the carriage, the omnibus of the coach, and the supplementary traffic of the underground and electric railways is by no means brilliantly imagined adaptation of the long route railway. These are all still new things, experimental to the highest degree, changing and bound to change much more in the period of specialization that is now beginning. Now, the first most probable development is a change in the omnibus and omnibus railway. A point quite as important with these means of transit as actual speed of movement is frequency. Time is wasted abundantly and most vexatiously at present in waiting and in accommodating one's arrangements to infrequent times of call and departure. The more frequent a local service, the more it comes to be relied upon. Another point, and one in which the omnibus has a great advantage over the railway, is that it should be possible to get on and off at any point, or at as many points on the route as possible, but this means a high proportion of stoppages, and this is disruptive to speed. There is, however, one conceivable means of transit that is not simply frequent but continuous, that may be joined or left at any point without a stoppage, that could be adapted to many existing streets at the level of quite easily sunken-in tunnels, or elevated above the street level, footnote, to the level of such upper-story pavements as Sir F. Bramwell has proposed for the new Holborn to Strand Street, for example. End of footnote. And that means of transit is the moving platform, whose possibilities have been exhibited to all the world in a sort of mean caricature at the Paris exhibition. Let us imagine the inner circle of the district railway adapted to this conception. I will presume that the Parisian rolling platform is familiar to the reader. The district railway tunnel is, I imagine, about 24 feet wide. If we suppose the space given to 6 platforms of 3 feet wide, and one, the most rapid, of 6 feet, and if we suppose each platform to be going 4 miles an hour faster than its slower fellow, a velocity the Paris experiment has shown to be perfectly comfortable and safe, we should have the upper platform running round the circle at a pace of 28 miles an hour. If further we adopt an ingenious suggestion of Professor Perry's and imagine the descent to the line made down a very slowly rotating staircase at the center of a big rotating wheel-shaped platform, against a portion of whose rim the slowest platform runs to a curve, one could very easily add a speed of 6 or 8 miles an hour more. And to that, the man in a hurry would be able to add his own 4 miles an hour by walking in the direction of motion. If the reader is a traveller, and if he will imagine that black and sulphurous tunnel, swept and garnished, lit and sweet, with a train much faster than the existing underground trains, perpetually ready to go off with him and never crowded, if he will further imagine this train a platform set with comfortable seats and neat bookstalls and so forth, he will get an inkling in just one detail of what he perhaps misses by living now instead of 30 or 40 years ahead. I have supposed the replacement to occur in the case of the London Inner Circle Railway, because there the necessary tunnel already exists to help the imagination of the English reader, but that the specific replacement will occur is rendered impossible by the fact that the circle is for much of its circumference entangled with other lines of communication, the North Western Railway, for example. As a matter of fact, as the American reader at least will promptly see, the much more practicable thing is that upper footpath, with these moving platforms beside it running out over the street, after the manner of the viaduct of an elevated railroad. But, at any rate, the demonstrated cheapness and practicability of tunnels at a considerable depth will come into play. Will this diversion of the vast omnibus traffic of today into the air and underground, together with the segregation of van traffic to specific routes and times, be the only change in the streets of the new century? It may be a shock, perhaps, to some minds, but I must confess I do not see what is to prevent the process of elimination that is beginning now, with the heavy vans spreading until it covers all horse traffic, and with the disappearance of horse hoofs and the necessary filth of horses, the road surface may be made a very different thing from what it is at present, better drained and admirably adapted for the soft-tired hackney vehicles and the torrent of cyclists. Moreover, there will be little to prevent a widening of the existing sidewalks and the protection of the passengers from rain and hot sun by awnings or such arcades as distinguish Turin or Sir F. Branwell's upper footpaths on the model of the Chester Rose. Moreover, there is no reason but the existing filth why the roadways should not have a translucent velaria to pull over the bright sunshine and wet weather. It would probably need less labour to manipulate such contrivances than is required at present for the constant conflict with slush and dust. Now, of course, we tolerate the rain because it facilitates a sort of cleaning process. Enough of this present speculation. I have indicated now the general lines of the roads and streets and ways and underways of the 20th century. But at present they stand vacant in our prophecy, not only awaiting the human interests, the characters and occupations and clothing of the throng of our children and our children's children that flows along them, but also the decorations our children's children's taste will dictate, the advertisements their eyes will tolerate, the shops in which they will buy. To all that we shall finally come, and even in the next chapter I hope it will be made more evident how conveniently these later and more intimate matters follow, instead of preceding these present mechanical considerations, and of the beliefs and hopes, the thought and language, the further prospects of this multitude as yet unborn. Of these things also we shall make at last certain hazardous guesses. But at first I would submit to those who may find the machinery in motion excessive in this chapter, we must have the background and fittings, the scene before the play. Footnote: I have said nothing in this chapter devoted to locomotion of the coming invention of flying. This is from no disbelief in its final practicability, nor from any disregard of the new influences it will bring to bear upon mankind. But I do not think it at all probable that aeronautics will ever come into play as a serious modification of transport and communication, the main question here under consideration. Man is not, for example, an albatross, but a land-bibed, with a considerable disposition towards being made sick and giddy by unusual motions, and however he soars, he must come to earth to live. We must build our picture of the future from the ground upward, of flying in its place. End of footnote. Chapter 2. The probable diffusion of great cities. Now, the velocity at which a man and his belongings may pass about the earth is in itself a very trivial matter indeed, but it involves certain other matters, not at all trivial, standing, indeed, in an almost fundamental relation to human society. It will be the business of this chapter to discuss the relation between the social order and the available means of transit, and to attempt to deduce from the principles elucidated the coming phases in that extraordinary expansion, shifting, and internal redistribution of population that has been so conspicuous during the last 100 years. Let us consider the broad features of the redistribution of the population that has characterized the 19th century. It may be summarized as an unusual growth of great cities and slight tendency to depopulation in the country. The growth of the great cities is the essential phenomenon, these aggregates having populations of from 800,000 upward to 4 and 5 millions are certainly, so far as the world outside the limits of the Chinese Empire goes, entirely an unprecedented thing. Never before, outside the valleys of the 3 Chinese rivers, has any city, with the exception of Rome and perhaps, but very doubtfully, of Babylon, certainly had more than 1 million inhabitants, and it is at least permissible to doubt whether the population of Rome, in spite of its exacting a tribute of sea-borne food from the whole of the Mediterranean basin, exceeded 1 million for any great length of time. Footnote. It is true that many scholars estimate a high watermark for the Roman population in excess of 2 millions, and one daring authority, by throwing out suburbs ad libitum into the Campania, suburbs of which no trace remains, has raised the 2 to 10. The Colosseum could no doubt seat over 80,000 spectators. The circuit of the bench front stage of the Circus Maximus was very nearly a mile in length, and the Romans of imperial times certainly used 10 times as much water as the modern Romans. But, on the other hand, habits change, and Rome, as it is defined by lines drawn at the times of its greatest ascendancy, the city, that is, enclosed by the walls of Aurelian and including all the regions of Augustus, and an enclosure from which there could have been no reason for excluding half or more of its population, could have scarcely contained 1 million. It would have packed very comfortably within the circles of the grand boulevards of Paris, the Paris, that is, of Louis XIV, with a population of 560,000. And the Rome of today were the houses that spread so densely over the once vacant Campus Martius, distributed in the now deserted spaces in the south and east, and the Vatican suburb replaced within the ancient walls would quite fill the ancient limits, in spite of the fact that the population is under 500,000. But these are incidental doubts on a very authoritative opinion, and whatever their value, they do not greatly affect the significance of these new great cities, which have arisen all over the world, as if by the operation of a natural law, as the railways have developed. End of footnote. But there are now 10 town aggregates having a population of over 1 million, nearly 20 that bid fair to reach that limit in the next decade, and a great number at or approaching 250,000. We call these towns and cities, but indeed they are of a different order of things to the towns and cities of the 18th century world. Concurrently with the aggregation of people about the new sort of centre, there has been, it is alleged, a depletion of the country villages and small townships. But so far as the counting of heads goes, this depletion is not nearly so marked as the growth of the great towns. Relatively, however, it is striking enough. Now, is this growth of a large towns really, as one may allege, a result of the development of railways in the world, or is it simply a change in human circumstances that happens to have arisen at the same time? It needs only a very general review of the conditions of the distribution of population to realize that the former is probably the true answer. It will be convenient to make the same issue part of more general population, namely that the general distribution of population in a country must always be directly dependent on transport facilities. To illustrate this point roughly, we may build up an imaginary simple community by considering its needs. Over an arable countryside, for example, inhabited by a people who had attained to a level of agricultural civilization in which war was no longer constantly imminent, the population would be diffused primarily by families and groups in farmsteads. It might, if it were a very simple population, be almost also distributed. But even the simplest agriculturists find a certain convenience in trade. Certain definite points would be convenient for such local trade and intercourse as the people found desirable, and here it is that there would rise the germ of a town. At first it might be no more than an appointed meeting place, a market square, but an inn and a blacksmith would inevitably follow, an altar perhaps, and if these people had writing, even some sort of school, it would have to be where water was found, and it would have to be generally convenient of access to its attendant farmers. Now, if this meeting place was more than a certain distance from any particular farm, it would be inconvenient for that farmer to get himself to his produce there and back, and to do his business in a comfortable daylight. He would not be able to come, and instead he would either have to go to some other nearer centre to trade and gossip with his neighbours, or, failing this, not go at all. Evidently, then, there would be a maximum distance between such places. This distance, in England, where traffic has been mainly horse traffic for many centuries, seems to have worked out according to the gradients and so forth, as from 8 to 15 miles, and at such distances do we find the country towns, while the horseless man, the serf, and the labourer and labouring wench have marked their narrow limits in the distribution of the intervening villages. If by chance these gathering places have arisen at points much closer than this maximum, they have come into competition, and one has finally got the better of the other, so that in England the distribution is often singularly uniform. Agricultural districts have their towns at about 8 miles, and where grazing takes place of the plough, the town distances increase to 15. Footnote. It will be plain that such towns must have clearly defined limits of population, dependent finally on the minimum yearly produce of the district they control. If ever they rise above that limit, the natural checks of famine and of pestilence following enfeeblement will come into operation, and they will always be kept near the limit by the natural tendency of humanity to increase. The limit would rise with increasing public intelligence, and the organization of the towns would become more definite. End of footnote. And so it is entirely as a multiple of horse and foot strides that all villages and towns of the world's countryside have been plotted out. Footnote. I owe the fertilizing suggestion of this general principle to a paper by Grant Allen that I read long ago in Longman's magazine. End of footnote. A third and almost final factor determining town distribution in a world without railways would be the seaport and the navigatable river. Ports would grow into dimensions dependent on the population of the conveniently accessible coasts or riverbanks, and on the quality and quantity of their products. And near these ports, as the conveniences of civilization increased, would appear handcraft towns, the largest possible towns of a foot and horse civilization, with industries of such a nature as the produce of their coasts require. It was always in connection with a port of navigable river that the greater towns of the pre-railway periods arose, a day's journey away from the coast when sea attack was probable, and shifting to the coast itself when that ceased to threaten. Such sea trading handcraft towns as Bruges, Venice, Corinth, or London were the largest towns of the vanishing order of things. Very rarely, except in China, did they clamber above 250,000 inhabitants, even though to some of them there was presently added court and camp. In China, however, a gigantic river and canal system, laced across plains of extraordinary fertility, has permitted the growth of several city aggregates, with populations exceeding 1 million, and in the case of the Hankow Trinity of cities, exceeding 5 million people. In all these cases, the position and the population limit was entirely determined by the accessibility of the town and the area it could dominate for the purposes of trade. And not only were the commercial or natural towns so determined, but the political centres were also finally chosen for strategic considerations, in a word, communications. And now, perhaps, the real significance of the previous paper, in which sea velocities of 50 miles an hour and land travel and the rate of 100, and even cab and omnibus journeys of 30 or 40 miles were shown to be possible, becomes more apparent. At the first sight, it might appear as though the result of the new developments was simply to increase the number of giant cities in the world by rendering them possible in regions where they had hitherto been impossible, concentrating the trade of vast areas in a manner that had hitherto been entirely characteristic of navigable waters. It might seem as though the state of affairs in China, in which population has been concentrated about densely congested million cities, with pauper masses, public charities, and crowded struggle for existence for many hundreds of years, was merely to be extended over the whole world. We have heard so much of the problem of our great cities. We have the impressive statistics of their growth, the belief in the inevitableness of yet denser and more multitudinous agglomerations in the future is so widely diffused that at first sight it will be thought that no other motive than a wish to startle can dictate the proposition that not only will many of these railway-begotten giant cities reach their maximum in the commencing century, but that, in all probability, they, and not only they, but their waterborne prototypes in the East, also are destined to such a process of dissection and diffusion as to amount almost to obliteration. So far, at least, as the blot on the map goes, within a measurable further space of years. In advancing this proposition, the present writer is disagreeably aware that in this matter he has expressed views entirely opposed to those he now propounds, and in setting forth the following body of considerations, he tells the story of his own disillusionment. At the outset, he took for granted, and, very naturally, he wishes to imagine that a great number of other people do also take for granted that the future of London, for example, is largely to be got as the answer to a sort of rule of three sum. If in the 100 years the population of London has been multiplied by 7, then in 200 years I and one proceeds to pack the answer in gigantic tenement houses looming upon colossal roofed streets, provided with moving ways, the only available transit, appliances suited to such dense multitudes, and develop its manners and morals in accordance with the laws that will always prevail amidst overcrowded humanity, so long as humanity endures. The picture of this swarming, concentrated humanity has some effective possibilities, but unhappily, if, instead of that obvious rule of threesome, one resorts to an analysis of operating causes, its plausibility crumbles away, and it gives place to an altogether different forecast, a forecast, indeed, that is in almost violent contrast to the first anticipation. It is much more probable that these coming cities will not be, in the old sense, cities at all. They will present a new and entirely different phase of human distribution. The determining factor in the appearance of great cities in the past, and indeed up to the present day, has been the meeting of two or more transit lines, the confluence of two or more streams of trade, and easy communication. The final limit to the size and importance of the great city has been the commercial sphere of influence commanded by that city, the capacity of the alluvial basin of its commerce, so to speak, the volume of its river of trade. About the meeting point so determined, the population so determined, has grouped itself, and this is the point I overlooked in those previous vaticinations, in accordance with laws that are also considerations of transit. The economic centre of the city is formed, of course, by the wharves and landing places, and in the case of railway-fed cities, by the termini, where passengers land and where goods are landed, stored, and distributed. Both the administrative and business community, traders, employers, clerks, and so forth, must be within a convenient access of this centre, and the families, servants, tradesmen, amusement purveyors, dependent on these again, must also come within a maximum distance. At a certain stage in town growth, the pressure on the more central area would become too great for habitual family life there, and an office region would differentiate from an outer region of homes. Beyond these two zones, again, those whose connection with the great city was merely intermittent would constitute a system of suburban houses and areas, but the grouping of these also would be determined finally by the convenience of access to the dominant centre. That secondary centres, literally social, political, or military, may arise about the initial trade centre complicates the application, but does not alter the principle here stated. They must all be within striking distance. The day of 24 hours is an inexorable human condition, and up to the present time of intercourse and business has been broken into spells of definite duration by intervening nights. Moreover, almost all effective intercourse has involved personal presence at the point where intercourse occurs. The possibility, therefore, of going and coming and doing that day's work has hitherto fixed the extreme limits to which a city could grow, and has exacted a compactness which has always been very undesirable, and which is now, for the first time in the world's history, no longer imperative. So far as we can judge, without a close and uncongenial scrutiny of statistics, that daily journey that has governed and still to a very considerable extent governs the growth of cities has had, and probably always will have, a maximum limit of 2 hours, 1 hour each way from sleeping place to council chamber, counter, workroom, or office stool. And taking this assumption as sound, we can state precisely the maximum area of various types of town, a pedestrian agglomeration, such as we find in China, and such as most of the European towns probably were before the 19th century, would be swept entirely by a radius of 4 miles about the business quarter and industrial centre, and under these circumstances, where the area of the feeding regions has been very large, the massing of human beings has probably reached its extreme limit. Footnote. It is worth remarking that in 1801 the density of population in the City of London was half as dense again as that of any district, even of the densest slum districts today. End of footnote. Of course, in the case of a navigatable river, for example, the commercial centre might be elongated into a line, and the circle of the city modified into an ellipse with a long diameter considerably exceeding 8 miles, as, for example, in the case of Hankow. If now horse flesh is brought into the problem, an outer radius of 6 or 8 miles from the centre will define a larger area in which the carriage folk, the hackney users, the omnibus customers, and their domestics and domestic camp followers may live and still be members of the city. Towards that limit, London was already probably moving at an accession of Queen Victoria, and it was clearly the absolute limit of the urban growth until locomotive mechanisms capable of more than 8 miles an hour could be constructed. And then there came suddenly the railway and the steamship, the former opening with extraordinary abruptness, a series of vast through routes for trade, the latter enormously increasing the security and economy of the traffic on the old water routes. For a time, neither of these inventions was applied to the needs of intra-urban transit at all. For a time, they were purely centripetal forces. They worked simply to increase the general volume of trade, to increase, that is, the pressure of population upon the urban centres. As a consequence, the social history of the middle and later thirds of the 19th century, not simply in England but all over the civilized world, is the history of a gigantic rush of population into the magic radius of, for most people, 4 miles, to suffer their physical and moral disaster, less acute but finally far more appalling to the imagination than any famine or pestilence that ever swept the world. Well, has Mr. George Gissing named 19th century London in one of his great novels to the whirlpool, the very figure of the 19th century great city, attractive, tumultuous, and spinning down to death? But indeed these great cities are no permanent maelstroms. These new forces, at present, are still so politely centripetal in their influence, bring with them, nevertheless, the distinct promise of a centrifugal application that may be finally equal to the complete reduction of all our present congestions. The limit of the pre-railway city was the limit of man and horse, but already that limit has been exceeded, and each day brings us nearer to the time when it will be thrust outward in every direction with an effect of enormous relief. So far, the only additions to the foot and horse of the old dispensation that have actually come into operation are the suburban railways, which render possible an advantage, an average door to office hours' journey of 10 or a dozen miles further only in the case of some specially favoured localities. The star-shaped counter of the modern great city thrusting out arms along every available railway line, knotted arms of which every knot marks a station, testify sufficiently the relief of pressures thus afforded. Great towns before this century presented rounded contours and grew as a puffball swells. The modern great city looks like something that has burst an intolerable envelope and splashed. But, as our previous paper has sought to make clear, these suburban railways are the mere first rough expedient of far more convenient and rapid developments. We are, as the census returns for 1901 quite clearly show, in the early phase of a great development of centrifugal possibilities, and since it has been shown that a city of pedestrians is inexorably limited by a radius of about 4 miles, and that a horse using city may grow out to 7 or 8, it follows that the available area of city, which can offer a cheap suburban journey of 30 miles an hour, is a circle with a radius of 30 miles. And it is too much, therefore, in view of all that has been added in this and the previous paper, to expect that the available area for even the common daily toilers of the great city of the year 2000 or earlier will have a radius very much larger even than that. Now, a circle with a radius of 30 miles gives an area of over 2,800 square miles, which is almost a quarter that of Belgium. But 30 miles is only a very moderate estimate of speed, and the reader of the former paper will agree, I think, that the available area of the social equivalents of the favoured season ticket holders of the day will have a radius of over 100 miles and be almost equal to the area of Ireland. Footnote. Be it noted that the phrase available area is used and various other modifying considerations altogether waived for the present. End of footnote. The radius that will sweep the area available for such as now live in the outer suburbs will include a still vaster area. Indeed, it is not too much to say that the London citizen of the year 2000 AD may have a choice of nearly all England and Wales south of Nottingham and east of Exeter as his suburb, and that the vast stretch of country from Washington to Albany will be all of it available to the active citizen of New York and Philadelphia before that date. This does not for a moment imply that cities of the density of our existing great cities will spread to these limits, even if we were to suppose the increase of the populations of the great cities to go on at its present rate. This enormous extension of available area would still mean a great possibility of diffusion. But though most great cities are probably still very far from their maxima, though the network of feeding railways has still to spread over Africa and China, and though huge areas are still imperfectly productive for want of cultivating population, yet it is well to remember that for each great city, quite irrespective of its available spaces, a maximum of population is fixed. Each great city is sustained finally by the trade and production of a certain proportion of the world's surface, by the area it commands commercially. The great city cannot grow except as a result of some quite morbid and transitory process, to be cured at last by famine and disorder, beyond the limit the commercial capacity of that commanded area prescribes. Long before the population of the city, with its inner circle, a third of the area of Belgium, rose towards the old-fashioned city density, this restriction would come in. Even if we allowed for considerable increase in the production of foodstuffs in the future, it still remains inevitable that the increase of each city in the world must come at last upon arrest. Yet, though one may find reasons for anticipating that this city will in the end overtake and surpass that one and such like relative prophesying, it is difficult to find any data from which to infer the absolute numerical limits of these various diffused cities. Or perhaps it is more seemly to admit that no such data have occurred to the writer. So far as London, St. Petersburg, and Berlin go, it seems fairly safe to assume that they will go well over 20 millions, and that New York, Philadelphia, and Chicago will probably, and Hankow almost certainly, reach 40 millions. Yet, even 40 millions over 31,000 square miles of territory is, in comparison with 4 millions over 50 square miles a highly diffused population. How far will that possible diffusion accomplish itself? Let us first of all consider the case of those classes that will be free to exercise a choice in that matter, and we shall then be in a better position to consider those more numerous classes whose general circumstances are practically dictated to them. What will be the forces acting upon the prosperous household, the household with a working head and 400 a year and upwards to live upon in the days to come? Will the resultant of these forces be, as a rule, centripetal or centrifugal? Will such householders in the Greater London of 2000 AD still cluster for the most part, as they do today, in a group of suburbs as close to London as is compatible with a certain fashionable maxim of garden space and air? Or will they leave the ripened gardens and the no longer brilliant villas of Surbiton and Norwood, Tooting and Beckenham, to others and less independent people? First, let us weigh the centrifugal attractions. The first of these is what is known as the passion of nature, that passion of hillside, wind and sea that is evident in so many people nowadays, either frankly expressed or disguising itself as a passion for golfing, fishing, hunting, yachting or cycling. And secondly, there is the allied charm of cultivation, and especially of gardening, a charm that is partly also the love of dominion, perhaps, and partly a personal love for the beauty of trees and flowers and natural things. Through that we come to a third factor, that craving strongest perhaps in those Low German peoples who are now ascendant throughout the world for a little private imperium such as a house or a cottage in its own grounds affords. And from that we pass on to the intense desire so many women feel, and just the women, too, who will mother the future, their almost instinctive demand, indeed, for a household, a separate, sacred and distinctive household, built and ordered after their own hearts, such as, in its fullness, only the countryside permits. Add to these things the healthfulness of the country for young children, and the wholesome isolation that is possible for much that irritates, stimulates prematurely, and corrupts in crowded centres. And the chief positive centrifugal inducements are stated, inducements that no progress of inventions, at any rate, can ever seriously weaken. What now are the centripetal forces against which these inducements contend? In the first place, there are a group of forces that will diminish in strength. There is at present the greatest convenience of shopping within a short radius of the centre of the great city, a very important consideration indeed to many wives and mothers. All the inner and many of the outer suburbs of London obtain an enormous proportion of the ordinary household goods from half a dozen huge furniture, grocery and drapery firms, each of which has been enabled by the dearness and inefficiency of the parcels distribution of the post office and railways to elaborate a now very efficient private system of taking orders and delivering goods. Collectively, these great businesses have been able to establish a sort of monopoly of suburban trade, to overwhelm the small suburban general tradesman, a fate that was inevitable for him in some way or other, and which is a positive worldwide misfortune, to overwhelm also many highly specialized shops and dealers of the central district. Suburban people nowadays get their wine and their novels, their clothes and their amusements, their furniture and their food from some one vast indiscriminate shop or store full of respectable mediocre goods, as excellent a thing for housekeeping as it is disastrous to taste and individuality. Footnote. Their temporary suppression of the specialist is indeed carried to such an extent that one may see even such things as bronze ornaments and personal jewellery listed in Messrs. Omnium's list and stored in list designs and pattern, and their assistants will inform you that their brooch number 175 is now very much worn without either blush or smile. End of footnote. But it is doubtful if the delivery organization of these great stores is any more permanent than the token coinage of the tradespeople of the last century, just as it was with that interesting development, so now it is with parcels distribution. Private enterprise supplies in a partial manner a public need, and with the organization of a public parcels and goods delivery on cheap and sane lines in the place of our present complex, stupid, confusing, untrustworthy, and fantastically costly chaos of post office, railways and carriers, it is quite conceivable that Messrs. Omnium will give place again to specialized shops. It must always be remembered how timid, tentative, and dear the postal and telephone services of even the most civilized countries still are, and how inexorably the needs of revenue, public profit, and convenience fight in these departments against the tradition of official leisure and dignity. There is no reason now, except that the thing is not yet properly organized, why a telephone call from any point in such a small country as England to any other should cost much more than a postcard. There is no reason now, save railway rivalries and retail ideas, obstacles some able and active man is certainly to sweep away sooner or later, why the post office should not deliver parcels anywhere within a radius of 100 miles in a few hours at a penny or less for £1, and a little over. Footnote. The present system of charging parcels by the pound, when goods are sold by the pound, and so getting a misery profit in the packing, is surely one of the absurdest disregards of the obvious it is possible to imagine. End of footnote. Put our newspapers in our letterboxes, direct from the printing office, and, in fact, hand in nearly every constant need of the civilized household, except possibly butcher's meat, coals, greengrocery, and drink, and since there is no reason but quite removable obstacles to prevent this development of the post office, I imagine it will be doing all these things within the next half-century, when it is this particular centripetal pull, at any rate, will have altogether ceased to operate. A second important centripetal consideration at present is the desirability of access to good schools and to the doctor. To leave the great centres is either to abandon one's children or to buy air for them at the cost of educational disadvantages. But access, be it noted, is another word for transit. It is doubtful if these two needs will so much keep people close to the great city centres as draw them together about secondary centres. New centres, they may be, compare Hindhead, for example, in many cases, but also it may be, in many cases, the more healthy and picturesque of the existing small towns will develop a new life. Already, in the case of the London area, such once practically autonomous places as Guildford, Tunbridge Wells and Godalming have become economically the centres of lax suburbs, and the same fate may very probably overtake, for example, Shrewsbury, Stratford and Exeter, and remoter and yet remoter townships. Indeed, for all that this particular centripetal force can do, the confluent residential suburbs of London, of the great Lancashire-Yorkshire city, and of the Scotch city may quite conceivably replace the summer lodging-house watering places of the day, and extend themselves right round the coast of Great Britain before the end of the next century, and every open space of mountain and heather be dotted, not too thickly, with clumps of prosperous houses about school, doctor, engineers, book and provision shops. A third centripetal force will not be set aside so easily. The direct antagonist it is to that love of nature that drives people out to moor and mountain. One may call it the love of the crowd, and closely allied to it is that love of the theatre, which holds so many people in bondage to the Strand. Charles Lamb was the Richard Jefferies of the group of tendencies, and the current disposition to exaggerate the opposition force, especially among English-speaking peoples, should not bind us to the reality of their strength. Moreover, interweaving with these influences that draw people together are other more egotistical and intenser motives, ardent in youth, and by no means, to judge by the Folkestone Lees, extinct in age, the love of dress, the love of crush, the hot passion of the promenade. Here, no doubt, what one may speak of loosely as racial characteristics count for much. The common actor and actress of all nationalities, the Neapolitan, the modern Roman, the Parisian, the Hindu, I am told, and that new and interesting type, the rich and liberated Jew, emerging from his ghetto and free now absolutely to show what stuff he is made of, flame out most gloriously in this direction. To a certain extent, this group of tendencies may lead to the formation of new secondary centres within the available area, theatrical and musical centres, centres of extreme fashion and selectness, centres of smartness and opulent display. But it is probable that for the large number of people throughout the world who cannot afford to maintain households in duplicate, these will be, for many years, yet strictly centripetal forces, and will keep them within the radius marked by whatever will be the future equivalent in length of, say, the present 2-shilling cab ride in London. And after all, for all such shopping as one cannot do by telephone or postcard, it will still be natural for the shops to be gathered together in some central place. And shopping needs refreshment, and may culminate in relaxation, so that Bond Street and Regent Street, the Boulevard de Capuchin, the Corso and Broadway will still be brilliant and crowded for many years, for all the diffusion that is here forecast. All the more brilliant and crowded, perhaps for the lack of a thronging horse traffic down their central ways. But the very fact that the old nucleus is still to be the best place for all who trade in a concourse of people, for novelty shops and art shops, and theatres and business buildings, by keeping up the central ground values, will operate against residents there and shift the masses outwardly. And once people have been driven into cab, train, or omnibus, the only reason why they should get out to a residence here rather than there is the necessity of saving time, and such a violent upward gradient of fares as will quite outbalance the downward gradient of ground values. We have, however, already forecast a swift, varied, and inevitably competitive suburban traffic. And so, though the centre will probably still remain the centre and town, it will be essentially a bazaar, a great gallery of shops and places of concourse and rendezvous, a pedestrian place, its pathways reinforced by lifts and moving platforms, and shielded from the weather, and altogether a very spacious, brilliant, and entertaining agglomeration. Enough now has been said to determine the general nature of the expansion of the great cities in the future, so far as the more prosperous classes are concerned. It will not be a regular diffusion like the diffusion of a gas, but a process of throwing out the homes and of segregating various types of people. The omens seem to point pretty unmistakably to a wide and quite unprecedented diversity in the various suburban townships and suburban districts. Of that aspect of the matter, a later paper must treat. It is evident that from the outset racial and national characteristics will tell in this diffusion. We are getting near the end of the great democratic, wholesale, of homogeneous phase in the world's history. The sport-loving Englishman, the sociable Frenchman, the vehement American will each diffuse his own great city in his own way. And now, how will the increase in the facilities of communication we have assumed affect the condition of those whose circumstances are more largely dictated by economic forces? The mere diffusion of a large proportion of the prosperous and relatively free, and the multiplication of various types of road and mechanical traction, means of course that in this way alone a perceptible diffusion of the less independent classes will occur. The subsidiary centres will be drawn doctors and schoolmasters and various dealers in French provisions, baker, grocer, butcher, or, if they are already established, there they will flourish more and more. And about them, the convenient home of the future, with its numerous electrical and mechanical appliances, and the various bicycles, motor cars, photographic and phonographic apparatus that will be included in its equipment, will gather a population of repairers and accessory dealers and working engineers, a growing class which, from its necessary intelligence and numbers, will play a very conspicuous part in the social development of the 20th century. The much more elaborate post office and telephone services will also bring intelligent ingredients to the suburban nuclei. These restorations of the old villages and country towns, and the sons of the cottager within the affected area will develop into the skilled vegetable or flower gardeners, the skilled ostler with some veterinary science, and so forth, for whom also there will evidently be work and a living. And dotted at every convenient position along the new roads, availing themselves, no doubt, whenever possible, of the picturesque inns that the old coaching days have left us, will be wayside restaurants and tea-houses, and motor and cycle stores and repair places. So much diffusion is practically inevitable. In addition, as we have already intimated, many Londoners in the future may abandon the city office altogether, preferring to do their business in more agreeable surroundings. Such a business as book publishing, for example, has no unbreakable bonds to keep it in the region of high rents and congested streets. The days when the financial fortunes of books depend upon the colloquial support of influential people in a small society are past. Neither publishers nor authors as a class have any relation to society at all, and actual access to newspapers' offices is necessary only to the ranker forms of literary impostor. That personal intercourse between publishers and miscellaneous race of authors, which once justified the central position, has, I am told, long since ceased, and the withdrawing publishers may very well take with them the printers and binders, and attract about them their illustrators and designers, so as a typical instance, one now urban trade may detach itself. Publishing is, however, only one of the many similar trades equally profitable and equally likely to move outward to secondary centres with the development and cheapening of transit. It is all a question of transit. Limitation of transit contracts the city. Facilitation expands and disperses it. All this case of diffusion so far is built up entirely on the hypothesis we attempted to establish in the first paper, that transit of persons and goods alike is to become easier, swifter, and altogether better organized than it is at present. The telephone will almost certainly prove a very potent auxiliary indeed to the forces making for diffusion. At present, that convenience is still needlessly expensive in Great Britain, and a scandalously stupid business conflict between telephone company and post office delays complicates and makes costly and exasperating all trunk communications. But even under these disadvantages, the thing is becoming a factor in the life of ordinary villadom. Consider all that lies within its possibilities. Take first the domestic and social side. Almost all the labour of ordinary shopping can be avoided. Goods nowadays can be ordered and sent either as sold outright or on approval to any place within 100 miles of London, and in one day they can be examined, discussed, and returned at any rate in theory. The mistress of the house has all her local tradesmen, all the great London shops, the circulating library, the theatre box office, the post office and cab rank, the nurses' institute and the doctor within reach of her hand. The instrument we may confidently expect to improve. But even now, speech is perfectly clear and distinct over several hundred miles of wire. Appointments and invitations can be made, and at a cost varying from a penny to 2 shillings. Anyone within 200 miles of home may speak day or night into the ear of his or her household. Were it not for that unmitigated public nuisance, the practical control of our post office by non-dismissal civil servants, appointed so young as to be entirely ignorant of the unofficial world, it would be possible now to send urgent messages at any hour of the day or night to any part of the world, and even our sacred institution of the civil service can scarcely prevent this desirable consumption for many years more. The businessman may then sit at home in his library and bargain, discuss, promise, hint, threaten, tell such lies as he dare not write, and in fact do everything that once demanded a personal encounter. Already for a great number of businesses, it is no longer necessary that the office should be in London, and only habit, tradition, and minor considerations keep it there. With the steady cheapening and the steady increase in efficiency of postal and telephonic facilities and of good transit, it seems only reasonable to anticipate the need for that expensive office, and the irksome daily journey will steadily decline. In other words, what will still be economically the city, as distinguished from the agricultural population, will probably be free to extend in the case of all prosperous classes not tied to large establishments in need of personal supervision, far beyond the extreme limits of the daily hour journey. But the diffusion of the prosperous, independent, and managing classes involves itself a very considerable diffusion of the purely working classes also. Their centres of occupation will be distributed, and their freedom to live at some little distance from their work will be increased. Whether this will mean dotting the country with dull, ugly little streets, slum villages like Buckfast-Lee in Devon, for example, or whether it may result in entirely different and novel aspects, is a point for which at present we are not ready. But it bears upon the question that ugliness and squalor upon the main road will appeal to the more prosperous for remedy with far more vigour than when they are stowed compactly in a slum. Enough has been said to demonstrate that old town and city will be, in truth, terms as obsolete as mail coach. For these new areas that will grow out of them, we want a term, and the administrative urban district presents itself with a convenient air of suggestion. We may, for our present purposes, call these coming towns provinces, urban regions. Practically, by a process of confluence, the whole of Great Britain south of the Highlands seems destined to become such an urban region, laced all together not only by railway and telegraph, but by novel roads such as we forecast in the former chapter, and by dense network of telephones, parcel delivery tubes, and the like nervous and arterial connections. It will certainly be a curious and varied region, far less monotonous than our present English world, still in its thinner regions, at any rate, wooded, perhaps, rather more abundantly wooded, breaking continually into park and garden, and with everywhere a scattering of houses. These will not, as a rule, I should fancy, follow the fashion of the vulgar ready-built villas of the existing suburb, because the freedom people will be able to exercise in the choice of site will rob the building estate promoter of his local advantage. In many cases, the houses may very probably be personal homes, built for themselves as much as the Tudor manor houses were, and even in some cases as aesthetically right. Each district, I am inclined to think, will develop its own differences of type and style. As one travels through the urban region, one will traverse open, breezy, horsey suburbs, smart white gates and palings everywhere, good turf, a grandstand shining pleasantly, gardening districts all set with gables and roses, holly hedges and emerald lawns, pleasant homes among heathery moorlands and golf links and river districts with gaily painted boat-houses peeping from the osiers. Then presently a gathering of houses closer together, and a promenade, and a whiff of band and dresses, and then perhaps a little island of agriculture, hops, or strawberry gardens, fields of grey plumbed artichokes, white-painted orchard, or brightly neat poultry farm. Through the varied country the new wide roads will run, here cutting through a crest, and there running like some colossal aqueduct across the valley, swarming always with a multitudinous traffic of bright, swift, and not necessarily ugly mechanisms, and everywhere, amidst the fields and trees, linking wires will stretch from pole to pole. Ever and again there will appear a cluster of cottages into which we shall presently look more closely, about some works or workings. Works, it may be, with the smoky chimney of the day replaced by a gaily painted wind-wheel or water-wheel to gather and store the force for the machinery, and ever and again will come a little town, with its ancient, cherished church or cathedral, its school buildings and museums, its railway station, perhaps its fire station, its inns and restaurants, and with all the wires of the countryside converging to its offices. All that is pleasant and fair of our present countryside may conceivably still be there among the other things. There is no reason why the essential charm of the country should disappear. The new roads will not supersede the present high roads, which will still be necessary for horses and subsidiary traffic, and the lanes and hedges, the field paths and wild flowers, will still have their ample justification. A certain lack of solitude there may be, perhaps, and will conspicuous advertisements play any part in the landscape? But I find my pen is running ahead. An imagination prone to realistic constructions is struggling to paint a picture altogether prematurely. There is very much to be weighed and decided before we can get from our present generalization to the style of architecture these houses will show, and to the power and nature of the public taste. We have laid down now the broad lines of road, railway, and sea transit in the coming century, and we have got this general prophecy of urban regions established, and for the present that much must suffice. And as for the world beyond our urban regions, the same line of reasoning that leads to the expectation that the city will diffuse itself until it has taken up considerable areas, and many of the characteristics, the greenness, the fresh air of what is now country, leads us to suppose also that the country will take to itself many of the qualities of the city. The old antithesis will indeed cease. The boundary lines will altogether disappear. It will become indeed merely a question of more or less populace. There will be horticulture and agriculture going on within the urban regions, and urbanity without them. Everywhere indeed over the land of the globe, between the frozen circles, the railway, and the new roads will spread the network of communication wires, and safe and convenient ways. To receive the daily paper a few hours late, to wait a day or so for goods one has ordered, will be the extreme measure of rusticity, save in a few remote islands and inaccessible places. The character of the meshes in that wider network of roads that will be the country, as distinguished from the urban district, will vary with the soil, the climate, and the tenor of the land will vary too, with the racial and national differences. But throughout all that follows, this mere relativity of the new sort of town to the new sort of country, over which the new sorts of people we are immediately to consider will be scattered, must be borne in mind. At the risk of insistence, I must repeat that so far I have been studiously taking no account of the fact that there is such a thing as boundary line or a foreigner in the world. It will be far the best thing to continue to do this until we can get out all that will probably happen universally and generally, and in particular the probable changes in social forces, social apparatus, and internal political methods. We shall then come to the discussion of language, nationality, and international conflicts, equipped with such an array of probabilities and possibilities as will enable us to guess at these special issues with an appearance of far more precision than would be the case if we considered them now. Chapter 3. Developing Social Elements. The mere differences in thickness of population and facility of movement that have been discussed thus far will involve consequences remarkable enough upon the faces of the social body, but there are certain still broader features of the social order of the coming time, less intimately related to transit, that it will be convenient to discuss at this stage. They are essentially outcomes of the enormous development of mechanism, which has been the cardinal feature of the 19th century. For this development, by altering the method and proportions of almost all human undertakings, footnote, even the characteristic conditions of writing books, that least mechanical of pursuits, have been profoundly affected by the typewriter. End of footnote. Has altered absolutely the grouping and character of the groups of human beings engaged upon them. Throughout the world, for 40 centuries, the more highly developed societies have always presented, under a considerable variety of superficial differences, certain features in common, always at the base of the edifice, supporting all, subordinate to all, and the most necessary of all, there has been the working cultivator, peasant, serf, or slave. Save for a little water power, a little use of windmills, the traction of the horse or mule, this class has been the source of all the work upon which community depends. And, moreover, whatever labour town developments have demanded has been supplied by the muscle of its fecund ranks. It has been, in fact, and to some extent still is, the multitudinous living machinery of old society order. It carried, cropped, tiled, built and made, and directing and sometimes owning the human machinery, there has always been a superior class, bound usually by a point of honour, not to toil, often warlike, often equestrian, and sometimes cultivated. In England, this is the gentility. In most European countries, it is organised as a nobility. It is represented in the history of India by the twice-born castes, and in China, the most philosophical, conceived, and the most stably organised social system the old order ever developed. It finds its equivalent in the members of a variously buttoned mandarinate who ride not on horses, but on a once adequate and still respectable erudition. These two primary classes may and do become in many cases complicated by subdivisions. The peasant class may split into farmers and labourers. The gentlemen admit a series of grades and orders, kings, dukes, earls, and the like, but the broad distinction remains intact, as though it was a distinction residing in the nature of things. Footnote. To these two primary classes, the more complicated societies have added others. There is the priest, almost always in the social order of the pre-railway period, an integral part, a functional organ of the social body, and there are the lawyer and the physician, and in the towns, constituting, indeed, the towns there appear as an outgrowth of the toiling class, a little emancipated from the gentleman's direct control, the craftsman, the merchant, and the trading sailor, essentially accessory classes, producers of and dealers in the accessory of life, and mitigating and clouding only very slightly that broad duality. End of footnote. From the very dawn of history until the first beginnings of mechanism in the 18th century, the simple scheme of orders was the universal organization of all but savage humanity, and the chief substance of history until these later years has been, in essence, the perpetual endeavor of specific social systems of this type to attain in every region the locally suitable permanent form in face of those two inveterate enemies of human stability, innovation, and that secular increase in population that security permits. The imperfection of the means of communication rendered political unions of a greater area than that swept by a 100-mile radius highly unstable. It was a world of small states. Lax empires came and went. At the utmost, they were the linking of practically autonomous states under a common pax. Wars were usually wars between kingdoms, conflicts of this local experiment in social organization with that. Through all the historical period, these two well-defined classes of gentle and simple acted and reacted upon each other, every individual in each class driven by that same will to live and do, that imperative of self-establishment and aggression that is the spirit of the world. Until the coming of gunpowder, the man on horseback, commonly with some sort of armour, was invincible in battle in the open. Wherever the land lay wide and unbroken, and the great lines of trade did not fall, there the horseman was master, or the clergyman behind the horseman. Such a land was aristocratic, and tended to form castles. The craftsman sheltered under a patron, and in guilds in a walled town, and the labourer was a serf. He was ruled over by his knight and by his creditor. In the end, it matters little how the gentleman began, but where the land became difficult by reason of mountain or forest, or where water greatly intersected it, the pikeman, or closer fighting swordsman, or the bowman could hold his own, and a democratic flavour, a touch of repudiation, was in the air. In such countries as Italy, Greece, the Alps, the Netherlands, and Great Britain, the two forces of the old order, the aristocrat and the common man, were in a state of unstable equilibrium through the whole period of history. A slight change. Footnote. Slight, that is, in comparison with 19th century changes. End of footnote. In the details of the conflict for existence could tilt the balance. A weapon a little better adapted to one class than the other, or a slight widening of the educational gap, worked out into historically imposing results, to dynastic changes, class revolutions, and the passing of empires. Throughout, it was essentially one phase of human organization. When one comes to examine the final result, it is astonishing to remark the small amount of essential change, of positively final and irreparable alteration in the conditions of the common life. Consider, for example, how entirely in sympathy was the close of the 18th century with the epoch of Horace, and how closely equivalent were the various social aspects of the two periods. The literature of Rome was living, reading, in a sense that has suddenly passed away. It fitted all occasions. It conflicted with no essential facts in life. It was a commonplace of the thought of that time that all things reoccurred, all things circled back to their former seasons. There was nothing new under the sun. But now, almost suddenly, the circling has ceased, and we find ourselves breaking away. Correlated with the sudden development of mechanical forces that first began to be socially perceptible in the middle 18th century has been the appearance of great masses of population, having quite novel functions and relations in the social body, and together with this appearance, such a suppression, curtailment, and modification of the older classes as to point to an entire disintegration of that system. The facies of the social fabric has changed, and, as I hope to make clear, is still changing in a direction from which, without a total destruction and rebirth of that fabric, there can never be any return. The most striking of the new classes to emerge is certainly the shareholding class, the owners of a sort of property new in the world's history. Before the 18th century, the only property of serious importance consisted of land and buildings. These were real estate. Beyond these things were livestock, serfs, and the furnishings of real estate. The surface aspect of real estate, so to speak, personal property, ships, weapons, and the Semitic invention of money. All such property had to be actually held and administered by the owner. He was immediately in connection with it and responsible for it. He could leave it only precariously to a steward and manager, and to convey the revenue of it to him at a distance for a difficult and costly proceeding. To prevent a constant social disturbance by lapsing and dividing property, and in the absence of any organized agency to receive lapsed property, inheritance and preferably primogeniture were all such manifest advantage that the old social organization always tended in the direction of these institutions. Such usury as was practiced relied entirely on the land and the anticipated agricultural produce of the land. But the usury and the sleeping partnerships of the joint stock company system, which took shape in the 18th and the earlier half of the 19th century, opened quite unprecedented uses for money and created a practically new sort of property and a new proprietor class. The peculiar novelty of this property is easily defined. Given a sufficient sentiment of public honesty, share property is property that can be owned at any distance and that yields its revenue without thought or care on the part of its proprietor. It is indeed absolutely irresponsible property, a thing that no old world property ever was. But in spite of its widely different nature, the laws of inheritance that the social necessities of the old order of things established have been applied to this new species of possession without remark. It is indestructible, imperishable wealth. subject only to the mutations of value that economic changes bring about, related in its character of absolute irresponsibility to this shareholding class, is a kindred class that has grown with the growth of the great towns. The people who live upon ground rents. There is every indication that this element of irresponsible and independent and wealthy people in the social body, people who feel the urgency of no exertion, the pressure of no specific positive duties, is still on the increase, and may still for a long time increasingly preponderate. It overshadows the responsible owner of a real property or real businesses altogether, and most of the old aristocrats and the old knightly and landholding people have, so to speak, converted themselves into members of this new class. It is a class with scarcely any specific characteristics beyond its defining one, of the possession of property and all the potentialities property entails, with a total lack of function with regard to that property. It is not even collected into a distinct mass. It graduates intensively into every other class. It permeates society as threads and veins of gold permeate quartz. It includes the millionaire snob, the political-minded plutocrat, the wealthy sensualist, open-handed, religious fanatics, the charitable, the smart, the magnificently dull, the great army of timid creatures who tremble through life on a safe, bare sufficiency. Footnote. It included, one remembers, Schopenhauer, but, as he remarked upon occasion, not Hegel. End of footnote. Travellers, hunters, miners, poets, sporting enthusiasts, many of the officers in the British Army, and all sorts and conditions of amateurs. In a sense, it includes several modern royalties, for the Crown in several modern constitutional states is a corporation soul, and the monarch, the unique, unlimited, and as far as necessity goes, quite functionless shareholder. He may be a heavy-eyed sensualist, a small-minded leader of fashion, a rival to his servants in the gay science of etiquette, a frequenter of racecourses and music halls, a literary or a scientific quack, a devotee, an amateur, anything. The point is that his income and sustenance have no relation whatever to his activities. If he fancies it, or is urged to do it, by those who have influence over him, he may even be a king, but that is not compulsory, not essential, and there are practically no conditional restrictions whatever laid upon him. Those who belong to the shareholding class only partly, who partly depend upon dividends and partly upon activities, occur in every rank and order of the whole social body. The waiter one tips probably has 100 or so in some remote company. The will of the eminent labour reformer reveals an admirably distributed series of investments. The bishop sells tea and dicks coal, or at any rate gets a profit from some unknown person's tea-selling or coal-digging to eke out the direct recompense of his own modest corn treading. Indeed, above the labouring class, the number of individuals in the social body whose gross income is entirely the result of their social activities is very small. Previously, in the world's history, saving a few quite exceptional aspects, the possession and retention of property was conditional upon activities of some sort, honest or dishonest, work, force, or fraud. But the shareholding ingredient of our new society, so far as its shareholding goes, has no need of strength or wisdom. The countless, untraceable owner of the modern world presents in a multitudinous form the image of a Merovingian king. The shareholder owns the world de jure by the common recognition of the rights of property and the incumbency of knowledge, management, and toilful entirely to others. He toils not, neither does he spin. He is mechanically released from the penalty of the fall. He reaps in a still sinful world all the practical benefits of a millennium without any of its moral limitations. It will be well to glance at certain considerations which point to the by no means self-evident proposition that this factor of irresponsible property is certain to be present in the social body 100 years ahead. It has no doubt occurred to the reader that all the conditions of the shareholders being unfit him for cooperative action in defence of the interests of his class. Since shareholders do nothing in common except receive and hope for dividends, since they may be of any class, any culture, any disposition, or any level of capacity, since there is nothing to make them read the same papers, gather in the same places, or feel any sort of sympathy with each other beyond the universal sympathy of a man for man, they will, one may anticipate, be incapable of any concerted action to defend the income they draw from society against any resolute attack. Such crude and obvious denials of the essential principles of their existence as the various socialistic bodies have proclaimed have no doubt encountered a vast unorganized negative opposition from them, but the subtle and varied attack of natural forces they have neither the collective intelligence to recognize nor the natural organization to resist. The shareholding body is altogether too chaotic and diffused for positive defense, and the question of the prolonged existence of this comparatively new social phenomenon, either in its present or some modified form, turns therefore entirely on the quasi-natural laws of the social body. If they favour it, it will survive. When they do not, it will vanish as the mists of the morning before the sun. Neglecting a few exceptional older corporations, which indeed in their essence are not usurious, but of unlimited liability, the shareholding body appeared first in its present character in the 17th century and came to its full development in the mid-19th. Was its appearance then due only to the attainment of a certain necessary degree of public credit, or was it correlated with any other force? It seems in accordance with facts to relate it to another force, the development of mechanism, so far as certain representative aspects go. Hitherto, the only borrower had been the farmer when the exploring trader had found a world too wide for purely individual effort, and then suddenly the craftsman, all sorts, and the carriers discovered the need of the new great, wholesale, initially expensive appliances that invention was offering them. It was the development of mechanism that created the great bulk of modern shareholding. It took its present shape distinctively only with the appearance of the railways. The hitherto necessary but subordinate craftsmen and merchant classes were to have new weapons, new powers. They were to develop to a new importance, to a preponderance, even in the social body. But before they could attain these weapons, before this new and novel wealth could be set up, it had to pay its footing in an appointed world. It had to, by its right, to disturb the established social order. The dividend of the shareholder was the tribute the new enterprise had to pay the old wealth. The share was the manumission money of machinery, and essentially the shareholder represents and will continue to represent the responsible managing owner of a former state of affairs in process of supervision. If the great material developments of the 19th century had been final, if they had indeed constituted merely a revolution and not an absolute release from the fixed conditions about which human affairs circled, we might even now be settling accounts with our Merovingian as the socialist desire. But these developments were not final, and one sees no hint as yet of any coming finality. Invention runs free, and our state is under its dominion. The novel is continually struggling to establish itself as the relative or absolute expense of the old. The statesman conception of social organization is no longer stability but growth. And so long as material progress continues, this tribute must continue to be paid. So long as the stream of development flows, this necessary back eddy will endure. Even if we municipalize all sorts of undertakings, we shall not alter the essential facts. We shall only substitute for the shareholder the corporation stockholder. The figure of an eddy is particularly appropriate. Enterprise will come and go. The relative values of kinds of wealth will alter. Old appliances, old companies will serve their time and fall in value. Individuals will waste their substance. Individual families and groups will die out. Certain portions of the share property of the world may be gathered by elaborate manipulation into a more or less limited number of hands. Conceivably, even families and groups will be taxed out by graduated legacy duties and specially apportioned income taxes. But for all such possible changes and modifications, the shareholding element will still endure, so long as our present progressive and experimental state of society obtains, and the very diversity, laxity, and weakness of the general shareholding element which will work to prevent its organizing itself in the interests of its property or of evolving any distinctive traditions or positive characters, will obviously prevent its obstructing the continual appearance of new enterprises, of new shareholders to replace the loss of its older constituents. At the opposite pole of the social scale to that about which shareholders is most apparent is a second necessary and quite inevitable consequence of the sudden transition that has occurred from a very nearly static social organization to a violently progressive one. This second consequence of progress is the appearance of a great number of people without either property or any evident function in the social organism. This new ingredient is most apparent in the towns. It is frequently spoken of as the urban poor, but its characteristic traits are to be found also in the rural districts. For the most part, its individuals are either criminal, immoral, parasitic in more or less irregular ways upon the more successful classes, or labouring at something less than a regular bare subsistence wage, in a finally hopeless competition against machinery that is as yet not too cheap as their toil. It is, to borrow a popular phrase, the submerged portion of the social body, a leaderless, aimless multitude, a multitude of people drifting down towards the abyss. Essentially, it consists of people who have failed to catch on to the altered necessities the development of mechanism has brought about. They are people thrown out of employment by machinery, thrown out of employment by the escape of industries along some newly opened line of communication to some remote part of the world, or born under circumstances that give them no opportunity of entering the world of active work. Into this welter of machine-superseded toil there topples the non-adaptable residue of every changing trade. Its members marry and are given in marriage, and it is recruited by the spendthrifts, weaklings, and failures of every superior class. Since the class was not apparent in masses, in the relatively static, relatively less elementary society of former times, its appearance has given rise to belief that the least desirable section of the community has become unprecedentedly prolific, that there is now going on a rapid multiplication of the unfit. But sooner or later, as every East End doctor knows, the ways of the social abyss lead to death, the premature death of the individual, or death through the death of infertility of the individual's stunted offspring, or death through the extinction which moral perversion involves. It is a recruited class, not a breeding multitude. Whatever expedients may be resorted to mitigate or conceal the essential nature of this social element, it remains in its essence, wherever social progress is being made, a contingent of death. Humanity has set out in the direction of a more complex and exacting organization, and until, by a foresight to me, at least inconceivable, it can prevent the birth of just all the inadaptable, useless, or merely unnecessary creatures in each generation, there must needs continue to be in a greater or less amount. This individually futile struggle beneath the feet of the race, somewhere and in some form, there must still persist those essentials that now take shape as the slum, the prison, and the asylum. All over the world, as the railway network has spread in Chicago and New York, as vividly as in London or Paris, the commencement of the new movement has been marked at once by the appearance of this bulky, irremovable excretion, the appearance of these gallstones of vicious, helpless, and pauper masses. There seems every reason to suppose that this phenomenon of unemployed citizens, who are in fact unemployable, will remain present as a class, perish individually and individually renewed so long as civilization remains progressive and experimental upon its present times. Their drowning existence may be utilized, the crude hardship of their lot may be concealed or mitigated. Footnote: a very important factor in the mitigation, a factor over which the humanely minded cannot too greatly rejoice, will be the philanthropic amusements of the irresponsible wealthy. There is a growing class of energetic people, organizers, secretaries, preachers, who cater to the philanthropic instinct and who are, for all practical purposes, employing a large and increasing section of suitable, helpless people in supplying to their customers, by means of religious acquiescence and light moral reforms, that sense of well-doing which is one of the least objectionable of the functionless pleasures of life. The attempts to reinstate these failures by means of subsidized industries will, in the end, of course, merely serve to throw out of employment other just subsisting strugglers. It will probably make little or no difference in the net result of the process. End of footnote. They may react upon the social fabric that is attempting to eliminate them in very astounding ways, but their presence and their individual doom, it seems to me, will be unavoidable, at any rate, for many generations of men. They are an integral part of this physiological process of mechanical progress, as an equally varied multitude of less capable ones clinging to the swimmers, clinging to the floating rich, or clutching empty-handed and thrust and sinking down. This is the typical aspect of the modern community. It will serve as a general description of either the United States or any Western European state, and the day is not far distant when the extension of means of communication and the shareholding method of conducting affairs will make it applicable to the whole world, save possibly in a few islands and inaccessible places, and regardless of colour or creed, this process of delinquence seems destined to spread in a great diversity of tongues, in the phases of a number of conflicting moral and theological traditions, in the varying tones of contrasting racial temperaments. The grandchildren of black and white and red and brown will be seeking more or less consciously to express themselves in relation to these new and unusual social conditions. But the change itself is no longer amiable to their interpretations, the worldwide spreading of swift communication, the obliteration of town and country, the delinquencies of the local social order, have an air of being processes as uncontrollable by such collective intelligence as men can at present command, and as indifferent to his local peculiarities and prejudices as the movements of winds and tides. It will be obvious that the interest of the speculation, at any rate, centres upon this great intermediate mass of people who are neither passively wealthy, the sleeping partners of change, nor helplessly thrust out of the process. Indeed, from our point of view, an inquiry into coming things, these non-effective messages would have but the slightest interest, were it not for their enormous possibilities of reaction upon the really living portion of the social organism. This really living portion seems at first sight to be as deliquescent in its nature, to be drifting down as chaotic a structure as either the non-functional owners that float above it or the unemployed who sink below. What were once the definite subdivisions of the middle class modify and lose their boundaries. The retail tradesmen of the towns, for example, once a fairly homogeneous class throughout Europe, expands here into vast store companies and dwindles there to be an agent or collector, seeks employment, or topples outright into the abyss. But under a certain scrutiny, one can detect here what we do not detect in our other two elements, and that is that, going on side by side with the processes of dissolution and frequently masked by these, there are other processes by which men, often of the most diverse percentage and antecedent traditions, are being segregated into a multitude of specific new groups which may presently develop very distinctive characters and ideals. There are, for example, the uncategorized myriads that one can cover by the phrase mechanics and engineers, if one uses it in its widest possible sense. At present, it would be almost impossible to describe such a thing as a typical engineer, to predicate any universally applicable characteristic of the engineer and mechanic. The black-faced, oily man one figures emerging from the engine room serves well enough until one recalls the sanitary engineer with his additions of crookery and plumbing, the electrical engineer with his little tests and wires, the mining engineer, the railway maker, the motor builder, and the irrigation expert. Even if we take some specific branch of all his huge mass of new employment, the coming of mechanism has brought with it, we still find, an undigested miscellany. Consider the rude levy that is engaged in supplying and repairing the world's new need of bicycles, wheelwrights, watchmakers, blacksmiths, music dealers, drapers, sewing machine repairers, smart errand boys, ironmongers, individuals from all the older aspects of engineering have been caught up by the new development, are all now, with a more or less inadequate knowledge and training working in the new service. But is it likely that this will remain a rude levy from all these varied people? The world requires certain things, and a failure to obtain them involves sooner or later, in the competitive creation, an individual replacement and a push towards the abyss. The very lowest of them must understand the machine they contribute to make and repair, and not only is it a fairly complex machine in itself, but it is found in several types of patterns, and so far it has altered, and promises still to alter steadily by improvements in this part and that. No limited stock in trade of knowledge, such as suffices for a joiner or an ostler, will serve. They must keep on mastering new points, new aspects. They must be intelligent and adaptable. They must get a grasp of that permanent something that lies behind the changing immediate practice. In other words, they will have to be educated rather than trained after the fashion of the old craftsman. Just now, this body of irregulars is threatened by the coming of the motors. The motors promise new difficulties, new rewards, and new competition. It is an ill lookout for the cycle mechanic who is not prepared to tackle the new problems that will arise. For all this next century, this particular body of mechanics will be picking up new recruits and eliminating the incompetent and the rule of thumb sage. Can it fail, as the years pass, to develop certain general characters, to become so far homogeneous as to be generally conscious of the need of a scientific education, at any rate in mechanical and chemical matters, and to possess, down to its very lowest ranks and orders, a common fund of intellectual training? But the makers and repairers of cycles, and that larger multitude will presently be concerned with the motors, are, after all, only a small and specialized section of the general body of mechanics and engineers. Every year, with the advance of invention, new branches of activity that change in their nature and methods all too rapidly for the establishment of rote and routine workers of the old type, call together fresh levies of amateurish workers and learners, who must surely presently develop into or give place to bodies of qualified and capable men. And the point I would particularly insist upon here is that throughout all its ranks and ramifications, from the organizing heads of great undertakings down to the assistant in the local repair shop, this new great and expanding body of mechanics and engineers will tend to become an educated and adaptable class, in a sense that the craftsmen of former times were not educated and adaptable. Just how high the scientific and practical education may rise in the central levels of this body is a matter for subsequent speculation. Just how much initiative will be found in the lowest ranks depends upon many very complex considerations, but that here we have at least the possibility, the primary creative conditions of a new, numerous, intelligent, educated, and capable social element is, I think, a proposition with which the reader will agree. What are the chief obstacles in the way of the emergence from out the present chaos of the social element, equipped, organized, educated, conscious of itself and of distinctive aims in the next 100 years. In the first place, there is the spirit of trade unionism, the conservative contagion of the old craftsmanship. Trade unions arose under the tradition of the old order, when in every business, employer and employed stood in marked antagonism, stood as a special instance of the universal relationship of gentle or intelligent, who supplied no labour, and simple, who supplied nothing else. The interest of the employer was to get as much labour as possible out of his hirelings. The complementary object in life of the hireling, whose sole function was drudgery, who had no other prospect until death, was to give as little to his employer as possible, in order to keep the necessary labour submissive. It was a matter of public policy to keep him uneducated and as near the condition of a beast of burden as possible, and in order to keep his life tolerable against that natural increase which all the moral institutions of his state promoted, the labourer stimulated, if his efforts slackened, by the touch of absolute misery, was forced to devise elaborate rules for restricting the hours of toil, making its performance needlessly complex, and shirking with extreme ingenuity and conscientiousness. In the older trades, of which the building trade is foremost, these two traditions, reinforced by unimaginative building regulations, have practically arrested any advance whatever. Footnote: the new aspects of building, for example, that have been brought about by the entrance of water and gas into the house and the application of water to sanitation. End of footnote. The old traditions have to a very large extent prevailed. The average sanitary plumber of today in England insists upon his position as a mere labourer, as though it were some precious thing. He guards himself from improvement, as a virtuous woman guards her honour. He works for specifically limited hours, and by the hour with specific limitations in the practice of his trade, on the fairly sound assumption that but for that restriction any fool might do plumbing as well as he. Whatever he learns from some other plumber during his apprenticeship years, after which he devotes himself to doing the minimum of work in the maximum of time, until his brief excursion into his mysterious universe is over. So far from invention spurring him onward, every improvement in sanitary work in England, at least, is limited by the problem whether the men will understand it. A person ingenious enough to exceed this sacred limit might as well hang himself as trouble about the improvement of plumbing. If England stood alone, I do not see why each of the new mechanical and engineering industries, so soon as it develops sufficiently to have gathered together a body of workers capable of supporting a trade union secretly, should not begin to stagnate in the same manner. Only England does not stand alone, and the building trade is so far not typical, inasmuch as it possesses a national monopoly, that the most elaborate system of protection cannot secure any other group of trades. One must have one's house built where one has to live. The importation of workmen in small bodies is difficult and dear, and if one cannot have the house one wishes, one must needs have the least offensive substitute. But bicycle and motor, ironwork and furniture, engines, rails and ships one can import. The community, therefore, that does least to educate its mechanics and engineers out of the base and servile tradition of the old idea of industry will, in the coming years of progress, simply get a disproportionate share of the rejected element. The trade will go elsewhere, and the community will be left in possession of an exceptionally large contingent for the abyss. At present, however, I'm dealing not with the specific community, but with the generalized, civilized community of AD 2000. We disregard the fate of states and empires for a time, and for that emergent community, wherever it may be, it seems reasonable to anticipate replacing and enormously larger and more important than the classes of common workmen and mechanics of the day, a large, fairly homogeneous body, big men and little men indeed, but with no dividing lines, of more or less expert mechanics and engineers, with a certain common minimum of education and intelligence, and probably a common class, consciousness, a new body, a new force in the world's history. For this body to exist implies the existence of much more than the primary and initiating nucleus of engineers and skilled mechanics. If it is an educated class, its existence implies a class of educators, and just as far as it does get educated, the schoolmasters will be skilled and educated men. The shabby, genteel, middle-class schoolmaster of the England of today, in or a little way out of orders, with his smattering of Greek, his Latin that leads nowhere, his fatuous mechanics, his gross ignorance of pedagogics, and his incomparable snobbishness, certainly does not represent the schoolmaster of this coming class. Moreover, the new element will necessarily embody its collective, necessarily distinctive and unprecedented thoughts in a literature of its own. Its development means the development of a new sort of writer and of new elements in the press. And since, if it does emerge, a revolution in the common schools of the community will be a necessary part of the process, then its emergence will involve a revolutionary change in the condition of classes that might otherwise remain as they are now, the older craftsmen, for example. The process of attraction will not end even there. The development of more and more scientific engineering and of really adaptable operatives will render possible agricultural contrivances that are now only dreams, and the diffusion of this new class over the countryside, assuming the reasoning in my second chapter to be sound, will bring the lever of the improved schools under the agriculturist. The practically autonomous farm of the old epoch will probably be replaced by a great variety of types of cultivation, each with its labour-saving equipment. In this, as in most things, the future spells variation, the practical abolition of impossible distances over the world will tend to make every district specialize in the production of which it is best fitted, and to develop that production with an elaborate precision and economy. The chief opposing force to this tendency will be found in those countries where the tenure of the land is in small holdings. A population of small agriculturalists that has really got itself well established is probably as hopelessly immovable a thing as the forces of progressive change will have to encounter. The Arcadian healthiness and simplicity of the smallholder and the usefulness of little hands about him naturally results in his keeping the population on his plot up to the limit of bare subsistence. He avoids over-education, and his beasts live with him and his children in a natural, kindly manner. He will have no idlers, and even grandmamma goes weeding. His net produce is less than the production of the larger methods, but his gross is greater, and usually it is mortgaged more or less. Along the selvage of many of the new roads, we have foretold his hens will peck and his children beg far into the coming decades. This simple, virtuous open-air life is to be found ripening in the north of France and Belgium. It culminated in Ireland in the famine years. It has held its own in China with a use of female infanticide for immemorable ages, and a number of excellent persons are endeavouring to establish it in England at the present time. At the Cape of Good Hope, under British rule, Kaffirs are being settled upon little inalienable holdings that must inevitably develop in the same direction, and over the southern states the nigger squats and multiplies. It is fairly certain that these stagnant pounds of population, which will grow until public intelligence rises to the pitch of draining them, will on a greater scale parallel in the 20th century the soon-to-be dispersed urban slums of the 19th. But I do not see how they can obstruct more than locally the reorganization of agriculture and horticulture upon the ampler and more economical lines mechanism permits, or prevent the development of a type of agriculturist as adaptable, alert, intelligent, unprejudiced, and modest as the coming engineer. Another great section of the community, the military element, will also fall within the attraction of this possible synthesis, and will inevitably undergo profound modification. Of the probable developments of warfare, a later chapter shall treat, and here it will suffice to point out that at present science stands preferring the soldier vague, vast possibilities of mechanism, and so far he has accepted practically nothing but rifles which he cannot sight and guns that he does not learn to move about. It is quite possible that the sailor would be in the like case, but for the exceptional conditions that begot ironclads in the American Civil War. Science offers the soldier transport that he does not use, maps he does not use, entrenching devices, road-making devices, balloons and flying scouts, portable foods, security from disease, 1,000 ways of organizing the horrible uncertainties of war. But the soldier of the day, I do not mean the British soldier only, still insists on regarding these revolutionary appliances as mere accessories, and untrustworthy ones at that, to the time-honoured practice of his art. He guards his technical innocence like a plumber. Every European army is organised on the lines of the once fundamental distinction of the horse and foot epoch, in the deference to the contrast of gentle and simple. There is the officer, with all the traditions of old nobility, and the men still, by 100 implications, mere sources of mechanical force, and fundamentally base. The British Army, for example, still cherishes the tradition that its privates are absolutely illiterate, and such small instruction as is given them in the art of war is imparted by bawling and enforced by abuse upon public drill grounds. Almost all the discussion of military matters still turns upon the now quite stupid assumption that there are two primary military arms and no more horse and foot. Cyclists are infantry. The War Office Manual of 1900 gallantly declares, in the face of this changing universe. After 50 years of railway, there still does not exist, in a world which is said to be over-devoted to military affairs, a skilled and organised body of men, specially prepared to seize, repair, reconstruct, work and fight such an important element in the new social machinery as a railway system. Such a business in the next European war will be hastily entrusted to some haphazard incapables drafted from one or other of the two prehistoric arms. I do not see how this condition of affairs can be anything but transitory. There may be several wars between European powers prepared and organised to accept the old conventions, bloody, vast, distressful encounters that may still leave the art of war essentially unmodified. But sooner or later it may be in the improvised struggle that follows the collapse of some one of these huge, witless fighting forces the new sort of soldier will emerge, a sober, considerate engineering man, no more of a gentleman than the man subordinated to him or any other self-respecting person. Certain interesting side questions I may glance at here, only for the present, at least, to set them aside unanswered. The reaction, for example, of this probable development of a great mass of educated and intelligent efficients upon the status and quality of the medical profession, and the influence of its novel needs to either modifying the existing legal body or calling into being a parallel body of more expert and versatile guides and assistants in business operations. But from the mention of this latter section, one comes to another possible centre of aggregation in the social welter. Opposed in many of their most essential conditions to the capable men who are of primary importance in the social body is the great and growing variety of non-productive but active men who are engaged in more or less necessary operations of organisation, promotion, advertisement and trade. There are the business managers, public and private, the political organisers, brokers, commission agents, the varying grades of financier, down to the mere greedy camp followers of finance, the gamblers pure and simple, and the great body of their dependent clerks, typewriters and assistants. All this multitude will have this much in common, that it will be dealing not with the primary inexorable logic of natural laws, but with the shifting, uncertain prejudice and emotions of the general mass of people. It will be wary and cunning rather than deliberate and intelligent, smart rather than prompt, considering always the appearance and effect before the reality and possibilities of things. It will probably tend to form a culture about the political and financial operator as its ideal and central type, opposed to and conflicting with the forces of attraction that will tend to group the new social masses about the scientific engineer. Footnote: the future of the servant class and the future of the artist are two interesting questions that will be most conveniently mentioned at a later stage, when we come to discuss the domestic life in greater detail than is possible before we have formed any clear notion of the art of people who will lead that life. End of footnote. Here, then, in the vision of the present writer, are the main social elements of the coming time. 1. The element of irresponsible property. 2. The helpless, superseded poor, that broad base of mere toilers, now no longer essential. 3. A great inchoate mass of more or less capable people, engaged more or less consciously in applying the growing body of scientific knowledge to the general needs, a great mass that will inevitably tend to organize itself in a system of independent educated classes with a common consciousness and aim, but which may or may not succeed in doing so. And 4. A possibly equally great number of non-productive persons living in and by the social confusion. All these elements will be mingled confusedly together, passing into one another by insensible graduations, scattered over the great urban regions and intervening areas our previous anticipations have sketched out. Moreover, they are developing, as it were, unconditionally, under the stimulus of mechanical developments and with the badges of old tradition hampering their movements. The laws they obey, the governments they live under, are for the most part laws made and governments planned before the coming of steam. The areas of administration are still areas marked out by conditions of locomotion as obsolete as the quadrupedal method of pre-arboreal ancestor. In Great Britain, for example, the political constitution, the balance of estates, and the balance of parties preserves the compromise of long-vanished antagonisms. The House of Lords is a collection of obsolete territorial dignitaries, fitfully reinforced by the bishops and the miscellany, in no sense representative of opulent moderns. The House of Commons is the seat of a party conflict, a faction fight of initiated persons, that has long ceased to hear any real relation to current social processes. The members of the lower chamber are selected by obscure party machines, operating upon constituencies, almost all of which have long since become too vast and heterogeneous to possess any collective intelligence or purpose at all. In theory, the House of Commons guards the interests of classes that are, in fact, rapidly disintegrating into a number of quite antagonistic and conflicting elements. The new mass of capable men, of which the engineers are typical, these capable men who must necessarily be the active principle of the new mechanically equipped social body, finds no representative save by accident in either assembly. The man who has concerned himself with the public health, with army organization, with educational improvement, or with the vital matters of transport and communication, if he enter the official councils of the kingdom at all, must enter ostensibly as the guardian of the interests of the free and independent electors of a specific district that has long ceased to have any sort of specific interests at all. Footnote. Even the physical conditions under which the House of Commons meets and plays at government are ridiculously obsolete. Every disputable point is settled by a division. A bell rings, there is shouting and running. The members come blundering into the chamber and sort themselves with much loutish shuffling and shoving into the division lobbies. They are counted as illiterate farmers count sheep. Amidst much fuss and confusion, they return to their places, and the tellers vociferate the result. The waste of time over these antics is enormous, and they are often repeated many times in an evening. For the lack of time, the House of Commons is unable to perform the most urgent and necessarily legislative duties. It has this year hung up a cryingly necessary education bill, a delay that will in the end cost Great Britain millions. But not a soul in it has had the necessary common sense to point out that an electrician and an expert locksmith could, in a few weeks, and for a few £100, devise and construct a member's desk and key, committee room tapes, and voting desks, and a general recording apparatus that would enable every member within the precincts to vote, and that would count, record, and report the votes within the space of a couple of minutes. End of footnote. And the same obsolescence that is so conspicuous in the general institutions of the official kingdom of England, and that even English people can remark in the official empire of China, is to be traced in a greater or lesser degree in the normal organization and public tradition throughout the whole world. The United States, for example, the social mass which has perhaps advanced furthest along the new lines, struggles in the iron bonds of a constitution that is based primarily on a conception of a number of comparatively small, internally homogeneous agricultural states, a bunch of pre-Johannesburg Transvaals communicating little and each constituting a separate, autonomous democracy of free farmers, slave-holding or slaveless. Every country in the world, indeed, that is organized at all, has been organized with a view to stability within territorial limits. No country has been organized with any foresight of development and inevitable change, or with the slightest reference to the practical revolution in topography that the new means of transit involve. And since this is so, and since humanity is most absurdly embarked upon a series of changes of which we know as yet only the opening phases, a large part of the history of the coming years will certainly record more or less conscious endeavours to adapt these obsolete and obsolescent contrivances for the management of public affairs to the new, continually expanding and changing requirements of the social body, to correct or overcome the traditions that were once wisdom and which are now obstruction, and to burst the straining boundaries that were sufficient for the ancient states. There are here no signs of a millennium internal reconstruction while men are still limited, egotistical, passionate, ignorant, and ignorantly led means seditions and revolutions, and the rectification of frontiers means wars. But before we go on to these conflicts and wars, certain general social reactions must be considered. Chapter 4. Certain social reactions. We are now in a position to point out and consider certain general ways in which the various factors and elements in the deliquescent society of the present time will react one upon another, and to speculate what definite statements, if any, it may seem reasonable to make about the individual people of the year 2000, or thereabouts, from the reaction of these classes we have attempted to define. To begin with, it may prove convenient to speculate upon the trend of development of the class about which we have the most grounds of certainty in the coming time, the shareholding class. The route of the abyss. The speculator may develop in countless ways according to the varying development of exterior influences upon them. But of these most typical portion of the central body, the section containing the scientific engineering of scientific medical sort of people, we can postulate certain tendencies with some confidence. Certain ways of thought they must develop, certain habits of mind and eye they will radiate out into the adjacent portions of the social mass. We can even, I think, deduce some conception of the home in which a fairly typical example of this body will be living within a reasonable term of years. The mere fact that a man is an engineer or a doctor, for example, should imply now, and certainly will imply in the future, that he has received an education of a certain definite type. He will have a general acquaintance with the scientific interpretation of the universe, and he will have acquired certain positive and practical habits of mind. If the method of thought of any individual in the central body are not practical and positive, he will tend to drift out of it to some more congenial employments. He will almost necessarily have a strong imperative to duty, quite apart from whatever theological options he may entertain, because if he has not such an inherent imperative, life will have very many more alluring prospects than this. His religious conclusions, whatever they may be, will be based upon some orderly theological system that must have honestly admitted and reconciled his scientific beliefs. The emotional and mystical elements in his religion will be subordinate or absent. Essentially, he will be a moral man, certainly so far as to exercise self-restraint and live in an orderly way. Unless this is so, he will be unable to give his principal energies to thought and work. That is, he will not be a good typical engineer. If sensuality appear at all largely in the central body, therefore, a point we must leave open here, it will appear without any trappings of sentiment or mysticism, frankly on Pauline lines, wine for the stomach's sake, and it is better to marry than to burn, a concession to the flesh, necessary to secure efficiently. Assuming in our typical case that pure indulgence does not appear, or flares and passes, then either he will be single or more or less married. The importance of that more or less will be discussed later. For the present, we may very conveniently conceive him married under the traditional laws of Christendom. Having a mind considerably engaged, he will not have the leisure for a wife of the distracting, perplexing personality kind, and in our typical case, which will be a typical sound and successful one, we may picture him wedded to a healthy, intelligent and loyal person, who will be her husband's companion in their common leisure, and as mother of their 3 or 4 children, and manager of his household, as much of a technical capable individual as himself, he will be a father of several children, I think, because his scientific mental basis will incline him to see the whole of his life as a struggle to survive. He will recognize that a childless, sterile life, however pleasant, is essentially failure and perversion, and he will conceive his honor involved in the possession of offspring. Such a couple will probably dress with a view to decent convenience. They will not set the fashions, as I shall presently point out, but they will incline to steady and sober them. They will avoid existing colour, contrasts, and bizarre contours. They will not be habitually promenaders or greatly addicted to theatrical performances. They will probably find their secondary interests, the cardinal one will of course be the work in hand, in a not too imaginative prose literature, in travel and journeys, and in the less sensuous aspect of music. They will probably take a considerable interest in public affairs. Their menage, which will consist of father, mother, and children, will, I think, in all probability be servantless. They will probably not keep a servant, for 2 very excellent reasons, because, in the first place, they will not want one, and in the second, they will not get one if they do. A servant is necessary in the small modern house, partly to supplement the deficiencies of the wife, but mainly to supplement the deficiencies of the house. She comes to cook and perform various skilled duties that the wife lacks, either knowledge or training or both, to perform regularly and expeditiously. Usually, it must be confessed that the servant in the small household fails to perform these skilled duties completely. But the great proportion of the servant's duties consists merely in drudgery, that the stupidities of our present-day method of house construction entail, and which the more sanely constructed house of the future will avoid. Consider, for instance, the wanton disregard of avoidable toil displayed in building houses with a service basement without lifts. Then most dusting and sweeping would be quite avoidable if the houses were wisely done. It is the lack of proper warming appliances which necessitates a vast amount of coal carrying and dirt distribution, and it is this dirt mainly that has so painfully to be removed again. The house of the future will probably be warmed in its walls from some power-generating station, as indeed already very many houses are lit at the present day. The lack of sane methods of ventilation also enhances the general dirtiness and dustiness of the present-day home, and gaslighting and the use of tarnishable metals wherever possible involve further labour. But air will enter the house of the future through proper tubes in the walls, which will warm it and capture its dust, and it will be spun out again by a simple mechanism, and by simple devices such sweeping as still remains necessary can be enormously lightened. The fact that in existing homes the skirting meets the floor at right angles makes sweeping about twice as troublesome as it will be when people have the sense and ability to round off the angle between wall and floor. So one great lump of the servant's toil will practically disappear. Two others are already disappearing. In many houses there are still the offensive duties of filling lamps and blacking boots to be done. Our coming house, however, will have no lamps to need filling, and as for the boots, really intelligent people will feel the essential ugliness of wearing the evidence of constant manual toil upon their persons. They will wear sorts of shoes and boots that can be cleaned by wiping in a minute or so. Take now the bedroom work. The lack of ingenuity in sanitary fittings at present forbids the obvious convenience of hot and cold water supply to the bedroom, and there is a mighty fetching and carrying of water and slops to be got through daily. All that will cease. Every bedroom will have its own bath dressing room, which any well-bred person will be intelligent and considerate enough to use and leave without the slightest disarrangement. This, so far as upstairs goes, really only leaves bed-making to be done, and a bed does not take 5 minutes to make. Downstairs a vast amount of needless labour at present arises out of tableware. Washing up consists of tedious cleansing and wiping of each table utensil in turn, whereas it should be possible to immerse all dirty tableware in a suitable solvent for a few minutes, and then run that off for the articles to dry. The application of solvents to window cleaning also would be a possible thing, but for the primitive construction of our windows, which prevents anything but a painful rub with the leather. A friend of mine in domestic service tells me that this rubbing is to get the window dry, and this seems to be the general impression, but I think it's incorrect. The water is not an adequate solvent, and enough cannot be used under existing conditions. Consequently, if the window is cleaned and left wet, it dries in drops, and these drops contain dirt in solution which remain as spots. But water containing a suitable solvent could quite simply be made to run down a window for a few minutes from pinholes in a pipe above into a groove below, and this could be followed by pure rainwater for an equal time, and in this way the whole window cleaning in the house could, I imagine, be reduced to the business of turning on a tap. There remains the cooking. Today, cooking, with its incidentals, is a very serious business. The cooling, the ashes, the horrible moments of heat, the hot black things to handle, the silly vague recipes, the want of neat apparatus, and the want of intelligence to demand or use neat apparatus. One always imagines a cook working with a crimsoned face and bare blackened arms, but with a neat little range, heated by electricity and provided with thermometers, with absolutely controllable temperatures and proper heat screens. Cooking might very well easily be made a pleasant amusement for intelligent invalid ladies, which reminds one, by the by, as an added detail to our previous sketch of the scenery of the days to come, that there will be no chimneys at all to the house of the future of this type, except the flue for the kitchen smells. Footnote. That interesting book by Mr. George Sutherland, 20th Century Inventions, is very suggestive on these as on many other matters. End of footnote. This will not only abolish the chimney stack, but make the roof a clean and pleasant addition to the garden spaces of the home. I do not know how long these things will take to arrive. The erection of the series of experimental labour-saving houses by some philanthropic person for exhibition and discussion would certainly bring about a very extraordinary advance in domestic comfort, even in the immediate future. But the fashions in philanthropy do not trend in such practical directions. If they did, the philanthropic person would probably be too amenable to flattery to escape the pushful patentee, and too sensitive to avail himself of criticism, which rarely succeeds in being both penetrating and polite, and it will probably be many years before the cautious enterprise of advertising firms approximates to the economics that are theoretically possible today. But certainly the engineering and medical sorts of person will be best able to appreciate the possibilities of cutting down the irksome labours of the contemporary home, and most likely to first demand and secure them. The wife of this ideal home may probably have a certain distaste for vicarious labour, that so far as the immediate minimum of duties goes, will probably carry her through them. There will be few servants obtainable for the small homes of the future, and that may strengthen her sentiments. Hardly any woman seems to object to a system of things which provides that another woman should be made rough-handed and kept rough-minded for her sake, but with the enormous diffusion of levelling information that is going on, a perfectly valid objection will probably come from the other side in this transaction. The servants of the past and the only good servants of today are the children of servants or the children of the old labour base of the social pyramid, until recently a necessary and self-respecting element in the state. Machinery has smashed that base and scattered its fragments. The tradition of self-respecting inferiority is being utterly destroyed in the world. The contingents of the abyss, even, will not supply daughters for this purpose. And in the community of the United States, no native-born race of white servants has appeared, and the emancipated young negress degenerates towards the impossible, which is one of the many stimulants to small ingenuities that may help very powerfully to give that nation the industrial leadership of the world. The servant of the future, if indeed she should still linger in the small household, will be a person alive to a social injustice and the unsuccessful rival of the wife. Such servants as wealth will retain will be about as really loyal and servile as hotel waiters, and on the same terms. For the middling sort of people in the future, maintaining a separate menage, there is nothing for it but the practically automatic house or flat, supplemented, perhaps, by the restaurant or the hotel. Almost certainly, for reasons detailed in the second chapter of these anticipations, this household, if it is an ideal type, will be situated away from the central town nucleus and in pleasant surroundings. And I imagine that the sort of woman who would be mother and mistress of such a home would not be perfectly content unless there were a garden about the house. On account of the servant difficulty, again, this garden would probably be less laboriously neat than many of the gardens today. No bedding out, for example, and a certain parsimony of mown lawn. To such a type of home, it seems the active, scientifically trained people will tend, but usually I think the prophet is inclined to overestimate the number of people who will reach this condition of affairs in a generation or so, and to underestimate the conflicting tendencies that will make its attainment difficult to all and impossible to many. And that will be for many years tint and blotch the achievement of those who succeed with patches of unsympathetic colour. To understand just how modifications may come in, it is necessary to consider the probable line of development of another of the four main elements in the social body of the coming time. As a consequence and visible expression of the great new growth of share and stock property, there will be scattered through the whole social body, concentrated here perhaps, and diffused there, but everywhere perceived, the members of that new class of the irresponsible wealthy, a class, as I have already pointed out in the preceding chapter, miscellaneous and free to a degree quite unprecedented in the world's history. Quite inevitably, great sections of this miscellany will develop characteristics almost diametrically opposed to those of the typical working expert class, and their gravitational attraction may influence the lives of this more efficient, finally more powerful, but at present much less wealthy class to a very considerable degree of intimacy. The rich shareholder and the skilled expert must necessarily be sharply contrasted types, and of the two it must be borne in mind that it is the rich shareholder who spends the money. While occupation and skill incline one towards severity and economy, leisure and unlimited means involve relaxation and demand the adventurous interest of decoration. The shareholder will be the decorative influence in the state. So far as there will be a typical shareholder's house, we may hazard that it will have rich colours, elaborate hangings, stained glass ornaments, and added interests in great abundance. This leisure class will certainly employ the greater proportion of the artists, decorators, fabric makers, and the like of the coming time. It will dominate the worlds of art, and we may say with some confidence that it will influence it in certain directions. For example, standing apart from the movement of the world, as they will do to a very large extent to the archaic, opulently done, will appeal irresistible to very many of these irresistible rich as the very quintessence of art. They will come to art with uncritical, cultured minds, full of past achievements, ignorant of present necessities. Art will be something added to life, something struck on and richly reminiscent, not a manner pervading all real things. We may be pretty sure that very few will grasp the fact that an iron bridge or a railway engine may be artistically done. These will not be art objects, but hostile novelties. And, on the other hand, we can pretty confidently foretell a spacious future and much amplification for that turgid, costly, and deliberately anti-contemporary group of styles of which William Morris and his associates have been the fortunate pioneers, and the same principles will apply to costume. A non-functional class of people cannot have a functional costume. The whole scheme of costume, as it will be worn by the wealthy classes in the coming years, will necessarily be of that character which is called fancy dress. Few people will trouble to discover the most convenient forms of materials and endeavour to simplify them and reduce them to beautiful forms, while endless enterprising tradesmen will be alert for a perpetual succession of striking novelties. The women will ransack the ages for becoming an alluring anachronism. The men will appear in the elaborate uniforms of games, in modifications of court dress, in picturesque revivals of national costumes, in epidemic fashions of the most astonishing sort. Now, these people, so far as they are spenders of money, and so far as he is a spender of money, will stand to this ideal engineering sort of person who is the vitally important citizen of a progressive scientific state in a competitive relation. In most cases, whenever there is something that both want one against the other, the shareholder will get it. In most cases, where it is a matter of calling the tune, the shareholder will call the tune. For example, the young architect, conscious of exceptional ability, will have more or less clearly before him the alternatives of devoting himself to the most intricate and difficult business of designing cheap, simple, and mechanical, convenient homes for people who will certainly not be highly remunerative and will probably be rather acutely critical, or of perfecting himself in some period of romantic architecture, or striking out some startling and attractive novelty of manner or material, which will be certain, sooner or later, to meet its congenial shareholder. Even if he hover for a time between these alternatives, he will need to be a person not only for exceptional gifts, but what is by no means a common accomplishment of exceptional gifts, exceptional strength of character to take the former line. Consequently, for many years yet, most of the experimental buildings and novel designs that initiate discussion and develop the general taste will be done primarily to please the more originative shareholders and not to satisfy the demands of our engineer or doctor and the strictly commercial builders who will cater for all but the wealthiest engineers, scientific investigators, and businessmen, being unable to afford specific designs, will, amidst the disregarded curses of these more intelligent customers, still simply reproduce in a cheaper and mutilated form such examples as happen to be set. Practically, that is to say, the shareholder will buy up almost all the available architectural talent. This modifies our conception of the outer appearance of the little house we imagined, unless it happens to be the house of an exceptionally prosperous member of the utilitarian professions. It will lack something of the neat directness implicit in our description, something of that inevitable beauty that arises out of the perfect attainment of ends for very many years. At any rate, it will almost certainly be tinted. It may even be saturated with the second-hand archaic. The owner may object, but a busy man cannot stop his life work to teach architects what they ought to know. It may be heated electrically, but it will have sham chimneys, in whose darkness, unless they are built solid, dust and filth will gather. The luckless birds and insects pass horrible last hours of ineffectual struggle. It may have automatic window cleaning arrangements, but they will be hidden by picturesque mullions. The sham chimneys will perhaps be made to smoke genially in winter by some ingenious contrivance. There may be sham open fireplaces within, with ingle nooks about the sham glowing logs. The needlessly steep roofs will have a sham sag and sham timbered gables, and probably forced lichens will give it a sham appearance of age. Just that feeble-minded contemporary shirking of the truth of things that has given the world such stockbroker in armour affairs as the Tower Bridge and historical romance will, I fear, worry the lucid mind in a great multitude of the homes that the opening half, at least, of the century will produce. In quite a similar way, the shareholder body will buy up all the clever and more enterprising makers and designers of clothing and adornments. He will set the fashion of almost all ornament. In bookbinding and printing and painting, for example, furnishing, and indeed of almost all things that are not primarily produced for the million, and, as the phrase goes, and where that sort of thing comes in, then so far as the trained and intelligent type of man goes, for many years yet, it will be simply a case of the nether instead of the upper milestone. Just how far the influence and contagion of the shareholding mass will reach into this imaginary household of non-shareholding efficients, and just how far the influence of science and mechanism will penetrate the minds and methods of the rich, becomes really one of the most important questions with which these speculations will deal. For the argument that he will perhaps be able to buy up the architect and the tailor and the decorator and so forth is merely preliminary to the graver issue. It is just possible that the shareholder may, to a very large extent, in a certain figurative sense, at least, buy up much of the womankind that would otherwise be available to constitute those severe, capable, and probably by no means unhappy little establishments to which our typical engineers will tend, and so prevent many women from becoming mothers of a regenerating world. The huge secretion of irresistible wealth by the social organism is certain to affect the tone of thought of the entire feminine sex profoundly. The exact nature of this influence we may now consider. The gist of this inquiry lies in the fact that while a man's starting position in the world of today is entirely determined by the conditions of his birth and early training, and his final position, the slow, elaborate outcome of his own sustained efforts to live, a woman from the age of 16 onward, as the world goes now, is essentially adventurous, the creature of circumstances largely beyond her control and foresight. A virile man, though he too is subject to accidents, may upon most points still hope to plan and determine his life. The life of a woman is all accident. Normally she lives in relation to some specific man, and until that man is indicated, her preparation for life must be of the most tentative sort. She lives going nowhere, like a cabman on the crawl, and at any time she may find it open to her to assist some pleasure-loving millionaire, to spend his millions, or to play her part in one of the many real, original, and only derivatives of the former aristocratic society that have developed themselves among independent people. Even if she is a serious and labour-loving type, some shareholder may tempt her with the prospect of developing her exceptional personality in case and freedom and in doing good with his money. With the continued growth of the shareholding class, the brighter-looking matrimonial chances, not to speak of the glittering opportunities that are not matrimonial, will increase. Reading is now the privilege of all classes. There are few secrets of etiquette that a clever, lower-class girl will fail to learn. There are few such girls, even now, who are not aware of their wide opportunities, or at least their wide possibilities, of luxury and freedom. There are still fewer who, knowing as much, do not let it affect their standards and conception of life. The whole mass of modern fiction, written by women for women, indeed, down to the cheapest novelties, is structured with the romance of mésalliance, and even when the specific man has appeared, the adventuress is still not shut out of a woman's career. A man's affections may wander capriciously and leave him but a little poorer or a little better placed. For the women they wander from, however, the issue is an infinitely graver one, and the serious wandering of a woman's fancy may mean the beginning of a new world for her. At any moment, the chances of death may make the wife a widow, may sweep out of existence all that she had made fundamental in her life, may enrich her with insurance profits, or hurl her into poverty and restore all the drifting expediency of her adolescence. Now, it is difficult to say why we should expect the growing girl in whom an unlimited ambition and egotism is as natural and proper a thing as beauty and high spirits, to deny herself some dalliance with the more opulent dreams that form the golden lining to these precious prospects. How can we expect her to prepare herself solely, putting all wandering thoughts aside, for the servantless cookery, domestic kindergarten work, the care of the hardy perennials, and the low-pitched conversation of the engineer's home? Supposing, after all, there is no predestinate engineer, the stories the growing girl now prefers, and I imagine will in the future still prefer, deal mainly with the rich and free. The theatre she will prefer to visit will present the lives and loves of opulent people with great precision and detailed correctness. Her favourite periodicals will reflect that life. Her schoolmistress, whatever her principles, must have an eye to her chances, and even after fate, or a gust of passion, has whirled her into the arms of our busy and capable fundamental man, all these things will still be in her imagination and memory. Unless he is a person of extraordinary mental prepotency, she will almost insensibly determine the character of the home in a direction quite other than that of our first sketch. She will set herself to realize, as far as her husband's means and credit permit, the idea of the particular section of the wealthy that have captured her. If she is a fool, her ideas of life will presently come into complete conflict with her husband's in a manner that, as the fumes of the love potion leaves his brain, may bring the real nature of the case home to him. If he is of that resolute strain to whom the world must finally come, he may rebel and wade through tears and crisis to his appointed work again. The cleverer she is, and the finer and more loyal her character up to a certain point, the less likely this is to happen, the more subtle and effective will be her hold upon her husband, and the more probable his perversion from the austere pursuit of some interesting employment towards the adventures of modern money-getting in pursuit of her ideals of a befitting life. And meanwhile, since one must live, the nursery that was implicit in the background of the first picture will probably prove unnecessary. She will be perforce a person not only of pleasant pursuits, but of leisure. If she endears herself to her husband, he will feel not only the attraction, but the duty of her vacant hours. He will not only deflect his working hours from the effective to the profitable, but that occasional burning of the midnight oil that no brain worker may forego if he is to retain his efficiency, will, in the interests of some attractive theatrical performance or some agreeable social occasion, all too frequently have to be put off or abandoned. This line of speculation, therefore, gives us a second picture of a household to put beside our first. A household, or rather a couple, rather more likely to be typical of the mass of middling sort of people in those urban regions of the future than our first projection. It will probably not live in a separate home at all, but in a flat in town, or at one of the subordinate centres of the urban region we have foreseen. The apartments will be more or less agreeably adorned in some decorative fashion, akin to, but less costly than some of the many fashions that will obtain among the wealthy. They will be littered with a miscellaneous literature, novels of an entertaining and stimulating sort, predominating, and with bric-a-brac. In a childless household there must certainly be quaint dolls, pet images, and so forth, and perhaps a canary would find a place. I suspect there would be an edition or so of Omar about in the more typical household of moderns, but I doubt about the Bible. The man's working books would probably be shabby and relegated to a small study, and even these overlaid by abundant copies of the financial something or other. It would still be a servantless household, and probably not only without a nursery, but without a kitchen, and in its grade and degree it would probably have social relations directly or intermediately through rich friends with some section, someone of the numerous cults of the quite independent wealthy. Quite similar households to this world would be even more common among those neither independent nor engaged in work of a primarily functional nature, but endeavouring quite ostensibly to acquire wealth by political or business ingenuity and activity, and also among the great multitude of artists, writers, and that sort of people whose works are their children. In comparison with the state of affairs 50 years ago, the child-infested household is already conspicuously rare in these classes. These are too highly probably menages among the central mass of the people of the coming time. But there will be many others. The ménage à deux, one may remark, though it may be without the presence of children, is not necessarily childless. Parentage is certainly part of the pride of many men, though curiously enough, it does not appear to be felt among modern European married women as any part of their honour. Many men will probably achieve percentage, therefore, who will not succeed in inducing, or who may possibly even be very loath to permit their wives to undertake more than a first beginnings of motherhood. From the moment of its birth. Unless it is kept as a pet, the child of such marriages will be nourished, taught, and trained almost as though it were an orphan. It will have a succession of bottles and foster mothers for body and mind from the very beginning, side by side with the increasing number of childless homes. Therefore, there may develop a system of kindergarten boarding schools. Indeed, to a certain extent, such schools already exist, and it is one of the unprecedented contrasts of this and any former time how common such a separation of parents and children becomes. Except in the case of the illegitimate and orphans, and the children of impossible many public house children, e.g., or wretched homes, boarding schools until quite recently were used only for quite big boys and girls. But now, at every seaside town, for example, one sees a multitude of proprietary schools, which are really not simply educational institutions, but supplementary homes. In many cases, these are conducted and very largely staffed by unmarried girls and women, who are indeed, in effect, assistant mothers. This class of capable schoolmistresses is one of the most interesting social developments of the period. For the most part, they are women who, from emotional fastidiousness, intellectual egotism, or an honest lack of passion, have refused the common lot of marriage. Women often of exceptional character and restraint, and it is well that, at any rate, their intelligence and character should not pass fruitlessly out of being. Assuredly, for this type of future has much in store. There are, however, still other possibilities to be considered in this matter. In these anticipations, it is impossible to ignore the forces making for a considerable relaxation of the institution of permanent monogamous marriage in the coming years, and of a much greater variety of establishments than is suggested by these possibilities within the pale. I guess without attempting to refer to statistics that our present society must show a quite unprecedented increasing number of male and female celibates, not religious celibates, but people, for the most part, whose standard of personal comfort has such a relation to their earning power that they shirk or cannot enter the matrimonial grouping. The institution of permanent monogamous marriage, except for the ideal Roman Catholic community, where it is based on the sanction of an authority which, in real Roman Catholic countries, a large proportion of the men decline to obey, is sustained at present entirely by the inertia of custom and by a number of sentimental and practical considerations that may very possibly undergo modification in the face of the altered relationship of husband and wife that the present development of childless menages is bringing about. The practical and sustaining reason for the monogamy is the stability it gives to the family. The value of a stable family lies in the orderly upbringing, in an atmosphere of affection that it secures, in most cases, for its more or less numerous children. The monogamous family has indisputably been the civilizing unit of the pre-mechanical civilized state. It must be remembered that both for husband and wife, in most cases, monogamic life marriage involves an element of sacrifice. It is an institution of late appearance in the history of mankind, and it does not completely fit the psychology or physiology of any but very exceptional characters in either sex. For the man, it commonly involves considerable restraint. He must ride his imagination on the curb, or exceed the code in an extremely dishonouring, furtive, and unsatisfactory manner, while publicly professing an impossible virtue. For the women, it commonly implies many uncongenial submissions. There are probably few married couples who have escaped distasteful phases of bitterness and tears within the constraint of their, in most cases, practically insoluble bond. But, on the other hand, and as a reward, that in the soberer, mainly agricultural civilization of the past, and among the middling class of people, at any rate has sufficed, there comes the great development of associations and tenderness that arises out of intimate cooperation in an established home, and particularly out of the linking love and interest of children's lives. But how does this fit into the childless, disunited, and probably shifting menage of our second picture? It must be borne in mind that it has been the middling and lower mass of people, the tenants and agriculturists, the shopkeepers, and so forth, men needing, before all things, the absolutely loyal help of wives, that has sustained permanent monogamic marriage whenever it has been sustained. Public monogamy has existed on its merits, that is, on the merits of the wife. Merely ostensible reasons have never sufficed. No sort of religious conviction, without a real practical utility, has ever availed to keep classes of men unhampered by circumstances to its restrictions. In all times, and holding all sorts of beliefs, the specimen humanity of courts and nobilities is to be found developing the most complex qualifications of the code. In some quiet corner of Elysium, the bishops of the early Georges, the ecclesiastical dignitaries of the contemporary French and Spanish courts, the patriarchs of vanished Byzantium, will find a common topic with the spiritual advisers of the kingdoms of the East in this difficult theme, the theme of the concessions, permissible and expedient to earnest believers encumbered with leisure and a superfluity of power. It is not necessary to discuss religious development, therefore, before deciding this issue. We are dealing now with things deeper and forces infinitely more powerful than the mere convictions of men. Will a generation to whom marriage will be no longer necessarily associated with the birth and rearing of children, or with the immediate cooperation and sympathy of husband and wife in common proceedings, retain its present feeling for the extreme sanctity of the permanent bond? Will the agreeable, unemployed, childless woman with a high conception of her personal rights, who is spending her husband's earnings or income in some pleasant, discrepant manner, a type of woman there are excellent reasons for anticipating will become more frequent, will she continue to share the honours and privileges of the wife, mother, and helper of the old dispensation, and in particular, will the great gulf that is now fixed by custom between her and the agreeable unmarried lady who is similarly employed remain so inexorably wide? Charity is in the air, and why should not charming people meet one another? And where is either of these ladies to find the support that will enable her to insist upon the monopoly that conversational sentiment, so far as it finds expression, concedes her? The danger to them both of the theory of equal liberty is evident enough. On the other hand, in the case of the unmarried mother, who may be helped to hold her own, or who may be holding her own in the world, where will the moral censor of the year 1950 find his congenial following to gather stones? Much as we may regret it, it does very greatly affect the realities of this matter, that with the increased migration of people from home to home amidst the large urban regions that we have concluded will certainly obtain in the future, even if moral reprobation and minor social inconveniences do still attach to certain sorts of status, it will probably be increasingly difficult to determine the status of people who wish to conceal it for any but criminal ends. In another direction, there must be a movement towards the relaxation of the marriage law and of divorce that will complicate status very confusingly. In the past, it has been possible to sustain several contrasting moral systems in each of the practically autonomous states of the world, but with a development and a cheapening of travel and migration that is, as yet, only in its opening phase, an increasing conflict between dissimilar moral restrictions must appear. Even at present, with only the most prosperous classes of the American and Western European countries migrating at all freely, there is a growing amount of inconvenience arising out of these from the point of view of social physiology, quite arbitrary differences. A man or woman may, for example, have been the injured party in some conjugal complication, may have established a domicile and divorced the erring spouse in certain of the United States, may have married again there with absolute local propriety, and may be a bigamist and a criminal in England. A child may be a legal child in Denmark or Australia, and a bastard in this austere climate. These things are, however, only the first intimations of much more profound reactions. Almost all the great European powers and the United States also are extending their boundaries to include great masses of non-Christian polygamous peoples, and they are permitting these peoples with railways, printed matter, and all the stimulants of our present state. With the spread of these conveniences, there is no corresponding spread of Christianity. These people will not always remain in the ring fence of their present regions. Their superseded princes and rulers and public masters and managers will presently come to swell the shareholding mass of the appropriating empire. Europeans, on the other hand, will drift into these districts and, under the influence of their customs, intermarriages and interracial reaction will increase in a world which is steadily abolishing locality. The compromise of local concessions, of localized recognition of the custom of the country cannot permanently avail. Statesmen will have to face the alternative of either widening the permissible variations of the marriage contract or of acute racial and religious stresses, of a vast variety of possible legal portrayals and the appearance of a body of self-respecting people outside the law and public respect, a body that will confer a touch of credit upon because it will share the stigma of the deliberately dissolute and criminal. And whether the moral law shrivels relatively by mere exclusiveness, as in religious matters, the Church of England, for example, has shriveled to the proportions of a mere sectarian practice, or whether it broadens itself to sustain justice in a variety of sexual contracts. The net result, so far as our present purpose goes, will be the same. All these forces making for moral relaxation in the coming time will probably be greatly enhanced by the line of development certain sections of the irresponsible wealthy will almost certainly follow. Let me repeat that the shareholding rich man of the new time is in a position of freedom almost unparalleled in the history of men. He has sold his permission to control and experiment with the material wealth of the community for freedom from care, labor, responsibility, custom, local usage, and local attachment. He may come back again into public affairs if he likes. That is his private concern. Within the limits of the law and his capacity and courage, he may do as the imagination of his heart directs. Now, such an experimental and imperfect creature as a man, a creature urged by such imperious passions, so weak in imagination and controlled by a feeble reason, receives such absolute freedom as this only as infinite peril. To a great number of these people, in the second or third generation, this freedom will mean vice, the subversion of passion to inconsequent pleasures. We have on record in the personal history of the Roman emperors how freedom and uncontrolled power took one representative group of men not entirely of one blood nor of one bias, but reinforced by the arbitrary caprice of adoption and political revolution. We have, in the history of the Russian empresses, a glimpse of similar feminine possibilities. We are moving towards a time when, through this confusion of moral standards, I have foretold the pressure of public opinion in these matters must be greatly relaxed, when religion will no longer speak with a unanimous voice, and when freedom of escape from disapproving neighbors will be greatly facilitated. In the past, when depravity had a center about a court, the contagion of its example was limited to the court region, but every idle rich man of this great, various, and widely diffused class will play to a certain extent the moral role of a court. In these days of universal reading and vivid journalism, every novel infraction of the code will be known of, thought about, and more or less thoroughly discussed by an enormous and increasing population of the common people. In the past, it has been possible for the churches to maintain an attitude of respectful regret towards the lapses of the great, and even to cooperate in these lapses with a sympathetic privacy, while maintaining a wholesome rigour towards a vulgar vice. But in the coming time there will be no great, but many rich. The middling sort of people will probably be better educated as a whole than the rich, and the days of their differential treatment are at an end. It is foolish, in view of these things, not to anticipate and prepare for a state of things when not only will moral standards be shifting and uncertain, admitting of physiologically sound menages of very variable status, but also when vice and depravity in every form that is not absolutely penal will be practiced in every grade of magnificence and condoned. This means that not only will status cease to be simple and become complex and varied, but that outside the system of menages now recognized and under the disguise of which all other menages shelter, there will be a vast drifting and unstable population, grouped in almost every conceivable form of relation. The world of Georgian England was a world of homes. The world of the coming time will still have its homes, its real mothers, the custodians of the human succession, and its cared-for children, the inheritors of the future. But in addition to this home world, frothing tumultuously over and amidst the stable rocks, there will be an enormous complex of establishments and hotels and sterile households and flats and all the elaborate furnishing and appliances of a luxurious extinction. And since in the present social chaos there does not yet exist any considerable body of citizens comparable to the agricultural and commercial middle class of England during the period of the limited monarchy, that will be practically unanimous in upholding in any body of rules of moral restraint, since there will probably not appear for some generations any body propounding with wide-reaching authority a new, definitely different code to replace the one that is now likely to be increasingly disregarded, it follows that the present code, with a few interlined qualifications and grudging legal concessions, will remain normally operative in sentiment and practice, while being practically disregarded, glossed, or replaced in numberless directions. It must be pointed out that, in effect, what is here forecast for questions of menage and moral restraints has already happened to a very large extent in religious matters. There was a time when it was held, and I think rightly, that a man's religious beliefs, and particularly his method of expressing them, was a part not of his individual but of his social life. But the great upheavals of the Reformation resulted finally in a compromise, a sort of truce that has put religious belief very largely out of the intercourse and discussion. It is conceded that within the bounds of the general peace and security, a man may believe and express his belief in matters of religion as he pleases, not because it is better so, but because for the present epoch there is no way nor hope of attaining unanimous truth. There is a decided tendency that will, I believe, prevail towards the same compromise in the question of private morals. There is a convention to avoid all discussion of creeds in general social intercourse, and a similar convention to avoid the point of status in religion to marriage, one may very reasonably anticipate will be similarly recognized. But this impending dissolution of a common standard of morals does not mean universal depravity until some great reconstruction obtains, any more than the obsolescence of the conventicle act means universal irreligion. It means that for one morality there will be many moralities. Each human being will, in the face of circumstances, work out his or her particular early training as his or her character determines. And although there will be a general conviction upon which the most diverse people will meet, it will only be with persons who have come to identical and similar conclusions in the matter of moral conduct, and who are living in similar menages, just as now it is only with people whose conversation implies a certain community or kinship of religious belief that really frequent and intimate intercourse will go on. In other words, there will be a process of moral segregation. Footnote. I use the word segregation here and always as it is used by mineralogists to express the slow conveyance of diffused matter upon centers of aggregation, such a process as, for example, must have occurred in the growth of flints. End of footnote. Set up. Indeed, such a process is probably already in operation amidst the deliquescent social mass. People will be drawn together into little groups of similar menages, having much in common, and this, in view of the considerations advanced in the first 2 chapters, considerations all converging on the practical abolition of distances and the general freedom of people to live anywhere they like over large areas, will mean very frequently an actual local segregation. There will be districts that will be clearly recognized and marked as nice, fast regions, areas of ramshackle bohemianism, regions of earnest and active work, old-fashioned corners, and hilltops. Whole regions will be set aside for the purposes of opulent enjoyment, a thing already happening, indeed at points along the Riviera today. Already the superficial possibilities of such a segregation have been glanced at. It has been pointed out that the enormous urban region of the future may present an extraordinary variety of districts, suburbs, and subordinate centres within its limiting boundaries, and here we have a very definite enforcement of that probability. In the previous chapter I spoke of boating centres and horsey suburbs, and picturesque hilly districts, and living places by the sea, of promenade centres and theatrical districts. I hinted at various fashions in architecture and such like things. But these exterior appearances will be but the outward and visible sign of inward and more spiritual distinctions. The people who live in the good hunting country and about think rightly about that glittering grandstand will no longer be even pretending to live under the same code as those picturesque musical people who have concentrated on the canoe-dotted river where the promenaders gather and the bands are playing and the pretty little theatres compete. The pleasure seeker will be seeking such pleasure as he pleases, no longer debased by furtiveness and innuendo, going his primrose path to a congenial, picturesque, happy, and highly desirable extinction. Just over the hills, perhaps, a handful of opulent shareholders will be pleasantly preserving the old traditions of a landed aristocracy, with servants, tenants, vicar, and other dependents all complete, and what from the point of view of social physiology will really be an arrested contingent of the abyss, but all nicely washed and done good to, will pursue home industries in model cottages in a quite old English and exemplary manner. Here the windmills will spin, and the waterfalls will be trapped to gather force, and the quiet-eyed master of the machinery will have his office and perhaps his private home. Here about the great college and its big laboratories there will be men and women reasoning and studying, and here, where the homes thicken among the ripe gardens, one will hear the laughter of playing children, the singing of children in their schools, and see their little figures going to and fro amidst the trees and flowers. And these segregations, based primarily on a difference in moral ideas and pursuits and ideals, will probably round off and complete themselves at last as distinct and separate cultures. As the moral ideas realize themselves in menage and habits, so the ideals will seek to find expression in a literature, and the passive drifting together will pass over into a phase of more or less conscious and international organization. The segregating groups will develop fashions of costume, types of manners and bearing, and even, perhaps, be characterized by a certain type of facial expression, and this gives us a glimpse, an aspect of the immediate future of literature. The kingdoms of the past were little things, and above the mass of peasants who lived and obeyed and died, there was just one little culture in which all must needs conform. Literature was universal within the limits of its language. Where differences of view arose, there were violent controversies, polemics, and persecutions, until one or other rendering had won its ascendancy. But this new world into which we are passing will, for several generations at least, albeit it will be freely intercommunicating and, like a whispering gallery for things outspoken, possesses no universal ideals, no universal conventions. There will be the literature of the thought and effort of this sort of people, and the literature, thought, and effort of that. Footnote. Already this is becoming apparent enough. The literary boom, for example, affected the entire reading public of the early 19th century. It was no figure of speech that everyone was reading Byron or puzzling about the Waverley mystery, that first and most successful use of the unknown author Dodge. The booming of Dickens, too, forced him even into the reluctant hands of Omar's Fitzgerald, but the factor serene voice of the modern boomster touches whole sections of the reading public no more than log horns going down channel. One would as soon think of Skinner's soap for one's library as so-and-so's 100,000 copy success. Instead of everyone talking of the great new book, quite considerable numbers are shamelessly admitting they don't read that sort of thing. One gets used to literature booms, just as one gets used to motor cars. They are no longer marvelous, universally significant things, but merely something that goes by with much unnecessary noise and leaves a faint offence in the air. Distinctly, we segregate, and while no more dominates, while for all this bawling there are really no great authors of imperial dimensions, indeed no great success to compare with the Waverley boom or the boom of Macaulay history, many men too fine, too subtle, too aberrant, too unusually fresh for any but exceptional readers, men who would probably have failed to get a hearing at all in the past, can now subsist quite happily with the little sect they have found, or that has found them. They live safely in their islands. A little while ago they could not have lived at all, or could have lived only on the shameful bread of patronage. And yet it is these very men who are often most covertuously bitter against the vulgar preferences of the present day. End of footnote. Life is already most wonderfully arbitrary and experimental, and for the coming century this must be its essential social history, a great drifting and unrest of people, a shifting and regrouping and breaking up again of groups, great multitudes seeking to find themselves. The safe life in the old order, where one did this because it was right, and that because it was the custom, when one shunned this and hated that, as lead runs into a mould, all that is passing away, and presently, as the new century opens out, there will become more and more distinctly emergent many new cultures and settled ways. The grey expanse of life today is grey, not in its essence, but because of the minute confused mingling and mutual concealing of many coloured lives. Presently these tints and shades will gather together here as a mass of one colour, and there as a mass of another, and as these colours intensify and the tradition of the former order fades, as these cultures become more and more shaped and conscious, as the new literatures grow in substance and power, as differences develop from speculative matter of opinion to definite intentions, as contrasts and affinities grow sharper and clearer, there must follow some very extensive modifications in the collective public life. But one series of tints, one colour, must needs have a heightening value amidst the indecent display, while the forces at work in the wealthy and purely speculative groups of society make for distinction, and in many cases for positive elimination. The forces that bring together the really functional people will tend more and more to impose upon them certain common characteristics and beliefs, and the discovery of a group of similar and compatible class interests upon which they can unite. The practical people, the engineering and medical and scientific people, will become more and more homogeneous in their fundamental culture, more and more distinctly aware of a common general reason in things and of a common difference from the less functional masses and from any sort of people in the past. They will have in their positive science a common ground for understanding the real pride of life, the real reason for the incidental nastiness of vice, and so they will be a sanely productive class, and above all, an educating class. Just how much they will have kept or changed of the deliquescent morality of today, when in 100 years or so they do distinctively and powerfully emerge, I cannot speculate now. They will certainly be a moral people. They will have developed a literature of their needs. They will have discussed and tested and thrashed out many things. They will be clear where we are confused, resolved where we are undecided and weak. In the districts of industrial possibilities, in the healthier quarters of the town regions, away from the swamps and away from the glare of the midnight lights, these people will be gathered together. They will be linked in professions through the agency of great sober papers in England, the Lancet, the British Medical Journal, and the already great periodicals of the engineering trades foreshadow something, but only a very little, of what these papers may be. The best of the wealthy will gravitate to their attracting centres, unless some great catastrophe in nature break down all that man has built. These great kindred groups of capable men and educated, adequate women must be under the operation of the forces we have considered so far, the element finally emergent amidst the vast confusions of the coming time. Chapter 5. The Life History of Democracy. In the preceding 4 chapters, there has been developed, in a clumsy, laborious way, a smudgy, imperfect picture of the generalized civilized state of the coming century. In terms, vague enough at times, but never absolutely indefinite, the general distribution of the population in this state has been discussed, and its natural development into 4 great, but, in practice, intimately interfused classes. It has been shown, I know, not how convincingly, that, as the result of forces that are practically irresistible, a worldwide process of social and moral delinquence is in progress, and that a really functional social body of engineering, managing men, scientifically trained and having common ideals and interests, is likely to segregate and disentangle itself from our present confusion of aimless and ill-directed lives. It has been pointed out that life is presenting an unprecedented and increasing variety of morals, menages occupations and types, at present so mingled as to give a general effect of greyness, but containing the promise of local concentration, that may presently change that greyness into kaleidoscopic effects. That image of concentrating, contrast colours will be greatly repeated in this present chapter. In the course of these inquiries, we have permitted ourselves to take a few concrete glimpses of households, costumes, conveyances, and conveniences of the coming time, but only as incidental realizations of points in this general thesis. And now, assuming, as we must necessarily do, the soundness of these earlier speculations, we have arrived at a stage when we may consider how the existing arrangements for this ostensible government of the state are likely to develop through their own inherent forces, and how they are likely to be affected by the processes we have forecast. So far, this has been a speculation upon the probable development of a civilized society in vacuo. Attention has been almost exclusively given to the forces of development and not to the forces of conflict and restraint. We have ignored the boundaries of language that are flung athwart the great lines of modern communication. We have disregarded the friction of tariffs, the peculiar groups of prejudices and irrational instincts that inspire one miscellany of shareholders, workers, financiers, and superfluous poor such as the English, to hate, exasperate, lie about, and injure another, such miscellany as the French or the Germans. Moreover, we have taken very little account of the fact that, quite apart from nationality, each individual case of the new social order is developing within the form of a legal government based on conceptions of a society that has been suppressed by the advent of mechanism. It is the last matter that we are about to take into consideration. Now, this age is being constantly described as a democratic age. Democracy is alleged to have affected art, literature, trade, and religion alike in the most remarkable ways. It is not only tacitly present in the great bulk of contemporary thought that this democracy is now dominant, but that it is becoming more and more overwhelmingly predominant as the years pass. Allusions to democracy are so abundant, deductions from its influence so confident and universal, that it is worthwhile to point out what a very hollow thing the word in most cases really is, a large, empty object in thought, of the most vague and faded associations, and the most attenuated content, and to inquire just exactly what the original implications and present realities of democracy may be. The inquiry will leave us with a very different conception of the nature and future of this sort of political arrangement from that generally assumed. We have already seen in the discussion of the growth of great cities that an analytical process may absolutely invert the expectation based on the gross results up to date, and I believe it will be equally possible to show cause for believing that the development of democracy also is after all, not the opening phase of a worldwide movement going on unbendingly in its present direction, but the first impulse of forces that will finally sweep round into a quite different path. Flying off at a tangent is probably one of the greatest dangers, and certainly the one most constantly present in this enterprise of prophecy. One may, I suppose, take the rights of man as they are embodied in the French Declaration, as the ostentations of democracy. Our present democratic state may be regarded as a practical realization of these claims. As far as the individual goes, the realization takes the form of an untrammeled liberty in matters that have heretofore been considered a part of social procedure, in the lifting of positive religions and moral compulsions, in the recognition of absolute property, and in the abolition of special privileges and social restrictions. Politically, modern democracy takes the form of denying that any specific person or persons shall act as a matter of intrinsic right or capacity on behalf of the community as a whole. Its root idea is representation. Government is based primarily on election, and every ruler is, in theory at least, a delegate and servant of the popular will. It is implicit in the democratic theory that there is such a thing as popular will, and this is supposed to be the net sum of the wills of all the citizens in the state, so far as public affairs are concerned. In its less perfect and more usual states, the democratic theory is advanced either as an ethical theory, which postulates an absence of formal acquaintances on the part of the governed as injustice, or else as the convenient political compromise, the least objectionable of all possible methods of public control, because it will permit only the minimum of general unhappiness. I know of no case for the elective democratic government of modern states that cannot be knocked to pieces in 5 minutes. It is manifest that upon countless important public issues there is no collective will, and nothing in the mind of the average man except blank indifference, that an electrical system simply places power in the hands of the most skillful electioneers, that neither men nor their rights are identically equal, but vary with every individual, and, above all, that the minimum or maximum of general happiness is related only so indirectly to the public control that people will suffer great miseries from their governments unresistingly, and, on the other hand, change their rulers on account of the most trivial irritations. The case against all the prelusions of ostensible democracy is indeed so strong that it is impossible to consider the present wide establishment of democratic institutions as being the outcome of any process of intellectual conviction. It arouses suspicion, even whether ostensible democracy may not be a mere rhetorical garment for essentially different facts, and upon that suspicion we will now inquire. Democracy of the modern type, manhood, suffrage, and so forth, became a conspicuous phenomenon in the world only in the closing decades of the 18th century. Its genesis is so intimately connected with the first expansion of the productive element in the state through mechanism and a cooperative organization as to point at once to a causative connection. The more closely one looks into the social and political life of the 18th century, the more plausible becomes this view. New and influential social factors had begun to appear: the organizing manufacturer, the intellectual worker, the skilled tenant, and the urban abyss, and the traditions of the old land-owning, non-progressive, aristocratic monarchy that prevailed in Christendom rendered it incapable, without some destructive shock or convulsion of any reorganization, to incorporate or control these new factors. In the case of the British Empire, an additional stress was created by the incapacity of the formal government to assimilate the developing civilization of the American colonies. Everywhere there were new elements, not as yet clearly analyzed or defined, arising as mechanism arose. Everywhere the old traditional government and social system, defined and analyzed all too well, appeared increasingly obstructive, irrational and feeble in its attempts to include and direct these new powers. But now comes a point to which I'm inclined to attach very great importance. The new powers were as yet shapeless. It was not the conflict of a new organization with the old. It was the preliminary dwarfing and deliquescence of the mature old beside the embryotic mass of the new. It was impossible then. It is, I believe, only beginning to be possible now to estimate the proportions, possibilities, and interrelations of the new social orders, out of which a social organization has still to be built in the coming years. No formula of definite reconstruction had been involved, or has even been involved yet, after 100 years. And these swelling inchoate new powers, whose very birth condition was the crippling, modification, or destruction of the old order, were almost forced to formulate their proceedings for a time, therefore, in general affirmative propositions that were really in effect not affirmative propositions at all, but propositions of repudiation and denial. These kings and nobles, and people privileged in relation to obsolescent functions, cannot manage our affairs. That was evident enough. That was the really essential question at the time. And since no other effectual substitute appeared ready-made, the working doctrine of the infallible judgment of humanity in the gross, as distinguished from the quite indisputable incapacity of sample individuals, became, in spite of its inherent absurdity, a convenient and acceptable working hypothesis. Modern democracy thus came into being. Not as eloquent persons have mechanisms and great masses of insubordinate activity outside the recognized political scheme, and the nature and time and violence of the outbreak was determined by the nature of the superseded government and the amount of stress between it and the new elements, but the detachment of a great section of the new middle class from the aristocratic order of England to form the United States of America, and the sudden rejuvenances of France by the swift and thorough sloughing of its outworn aristocratic monarchy, the consequent wars and the Napoleonic adventure checked and modified the parallel development that might otherwise have happened in country after country over all Europe west of the Carpathians. The monarchies that would probably have collapsed through internal forces and given place to modern democratic states were smashed from the outside, and a process of political reconstruction that has probably missed out the complete formal democratic phase altogether, and which has been enormously complicated through religious, national, and dynastic traditions set in throughout America, in England, and after extraordinary experiments in France, political democracy has in effect legally established itself most completely in the United States, and the reflection and influence of its methods upon the methods of all the other countries in intellectual contact with it have been so considerable as practically to make their monarchies as new in their kind, almost as democratic republics. In Germany, Austria, and Italy, for example, there is a press nearly as audible as in the more frankly democratic countries, and measurably akin in influence. There are constitutionally established legislative assemblies, and there is the same unofficial development of powerful financial and industrial powers which the ostensible government must make terms. In a vast amount of the public discussion of these states, the postulates of democracy are clearly implicit, quite as much in reality as the democratic republics of America are they based not on classes but upon a confusion. They are, in their various degrees and with their various individual differences, just as truly governments of the grey. It has been argued that the grey is illusory and must sooner or later pass, and that the colour that will emerge to predominance will take its shape as a scientifically trained middle class of an unprecedented sort, not arising out of the older middle classes, but replacing them. This class will become, I believe, at last consciously the state, controlling and restricting very greatly the three non-functional masses with which it is as yet almost indistinguishably mingled. The general nature of its formation within the existing confusion and its emergence may, I think, with a certain degree of confidence, be already forecast, albeit at present its beginnings are singularly unpromising and faint. At present, the class of specially trained and capable people, doctors, engineers, scientific men of all sorts, is quite disproportionately absent from political life. It does not exist as a factor in that life. It is growing up outside that life, and has still to develop much more to display a collective intention to come specifically in, but the forces are in active operation to drag it into the centre of the stage for all that. The modern democracy of democratic quasi-monarchy conducts its affairs as though there was no such thing as special knowledge or practical education. The utmost recognition it affords to the man who has taken the pains to know and specifically to do is occasionally to consult him upon specific points and override his counsels in its ampler wisdom, or to entrust to him some otherwise impossible duty under circumstances of extreme limitation. The man of special equipment is treated always as if he were some sort of curious performing animal. The gunnery specialist, for example, may move and let off guns, but he may not say where they are to be let off. Someone a little ignorant of range and trajectory does that. The engineer may move the ship and fire the battery, but only with some man who does not perfectly understand shouting instructions down a tube at him. If the cycle is to be adapted to military requirements, the thing is entrusted to Lieutenant Colonel Balfour. If horses are to be bought for the British Army in India, no specialist goes but Lord Edward Cecil. These people of the governing class do not understand there is such a thing as special knowledge or an inexorable fact in the world. They have been educated at schools conducted by amateur schoolmasters, whose real aim in life, if such people can be described as having a real aim in life, is the episcopal bench, and they have learnt little or nothing but the extraordinary power of appearances in these democratic times. To look right and to be of good report is to succeed. What else is there? The primarily functional men are ignored in the ostensible political scheme. It operates as though they did not exist, as though nothing, in fact, existed but the irresponsible wealthy and the manipulators of irresponsible wealth, on the one hand, and a great grey politically indifferent community on the other, having regard only to the present condition of political life. It would seem as though this state of affairs must continue indefinitely and develop only in accordance with the laws of interaction between our charlatan governing class on the one hand and the grey mass of governed on the other. There is no way apparent in the existing political and social order whereby the class of really educated persons that the continually more complicated mechanical fabric of social life is developing may be expected to come in, and in a very great amount of current political speculation, the development and final emergence of this class is ignored, and attention is concentrated entirely upon the inherent process of development of the political machine, and even in that it is very easy to exaggerate the preponderance of one or other of what are really very evenly balanced forces in the machine of democratic government. There are two chief sets of parts in the machine that have a certain antagonistic relation, that play against each other, and one's conception of coming developments is necessarily determined by the relative value one gives to these opposing elements. One may compare these two groups to the power and the work, respectively, at the two ends of the lever. Footnote: the fulcrum, which is generally treated as being absolutely immovable, being the general belief in the theory of democracy. End of footnote. On the one hand, there is that which pays for the machine, which distributes salaries and rewards, subsidizes newspapers, and so forth. The central influence. Footnote: In the United States, a vast, rapidly developing country with relatively much kinetic wealth, this central influence is the financial support of the boss, consisting, for the most part, of active-minded, capable business organizers. In England, the land where irresponsible realized wealth is at a maximum, a public, spirited section of the irresponsible, inspired by the tradition of an aristocratic functional past, qualifies the financial influence with an amateurish, indolent, and publicly unprofitable integrity. In Germany, an aggressively functional court occupies the place and plays the part of the permanently dominant party machine. End of footnote. On the other hand, there is the collectively grey voting mass, with certain prejudices and traditions, and certain laws and limitations of thought upon which the newspapers work, and which, within the confines of its inherent laws, they direct. If one dwell chiefly on the possibilities of the former element, one may conjure up a practical end to democracy in the vision of a state run entirely by a group of highly forcible and intellectual persons. Usually the dream takes the shape of financiers and their associates, their perfected mechanism of party control, working the elections boldly and capably, and their public policy being directed towards financial ends. One of the common prophecies of the future of the United States is such a domination by a group of trust organizers and political bosses. But a man, or a group of men, so strong and intelligent as would be needed to hold an entire party machine within the confines of his or their collective mind and will, could at the most be but a very transitory and incidental phenomenon in the history of the world. Either such an exploitation of the central control will have to be covert and subtle beyond any precedent in human disingenuousness, or else its domination will have to be very amply modified indeed by the requirements of the second factor, and its proceedings made very largely the resultant of the second factor's forces. Moreover, very subtle men do not aim at things of this sort, or aiming fail because subtlety of intelligence involves subtlety of character, a certain fastidiousness and a certain weakness. Now that the garrulous period when a flow of language and a certain effectiveness of manner was a necessary condition to political preeminence is passing away, political control falls more and more entirely into the hands of a barristerish, intriguing sort of person with a tough-wearing, leathery, practical mind. The sort of people who will work the machine are people with faith, as the popular preachers say, meaning, in fact, people who do not analyze, people who will take the machine as it is, unquestionably shape their ambitions to it, and, saving their vanity, work it as it wants to go. The man who will be boss will be the man who wants to be boss, who finds in being boss a complete and final satisfaction, and not the man who complicates things by wanting to be boss in order to be or do something else. The machines are governed today, and there is every reason to believe that they will continue to be governed by masterful-looking resultants, masters of nothing but compromise, and that little fancy of an inner conspiracy of control within the machine and behind ostensible politics is really on all fours with the wonderful Rodin of the Juif Errant, and as probable as anything else in the romances of Eugene Sue. If, on the other hand, we direct attention to the antagonist element in the machine, to public opinion, to the alleged collective mind of the grey mass, and consider how it brought to believe in itself and its possession of certain opinions by the concrete evidence of daily newspapers and eloquent persons saying as much, we may also very readily conjure up a contrasted vision of extraordinary demagogues or newspapers, syndicators working the political machine from that direction. So far as the demagogue goes, the increase of population, the multiplication of amusements and interests, the differentiation of social habits, the diffusion of great towns, all militate against that sufficient gathering of masses of voters in meeting houses which gave him the power in the recent past. It is improbable that ever again will any flushed, undignified man with a vast voice, a muscular face in incessant operation, collar crumpled, hair disordered, and arms in wild activity, talking copiously out of the windows of railway carriages, talking on railway platforms, talking from hotel balconies, talking on tubs, barrels, scaffoldings, pulpits, tireless and undammable, rise to be the most powerful thing in a democratic state in the world. Continually, the individual vocal demagogue dwindles, and the element of bands and buttons, the organization of press and procession to share of the machine grows. Mr. Hansworth of the London Daily Mail has glanced at certain possibilities of power that may vest in the owners of a great system of worldwide simultaneous newspapers, but he does not analyze the nature of the influence exercised by newspapers during the successive phases of the 19th century, nor the probable modifications of that influence in the years to come, and I think, on the whole, he inclines very naturally to overestimate the amount of international direction that may be given by the owner of a paper to the minds and acts of his readers, and to exceed the very definite limits within which that influence is confined. In the early Victorian period, the more limited, partly educated and still very homogeneous, enfranchised class had a certain habit of thinking. Its tranquil assurance upon most theological and all moral and aesthetic points left political questions as to the chief field of experience for such thinking as it did, and as a consequence, the dignified newspapers of that time were able to discuss, and indeed were required to discuss, not only specific situations, but general principles. That, indeed, was their principal function, and it fell rather to the eloquent men to misapply these principles according to the necessity of the occasion. The papers did then very much more than they do now to mould opinion, though they did not direct affairs to anything like the extent of their modern successors. They made roads upon which events presently travelled in the unexpected fashions. But the often cheaper and always more vivid newspapers that have come with the new democracy do nothing to mould opinion. Indeed, there is no longer, upon most public questions, and as I have tried to make clear in my previous paper, there is not likely to be any longer a collective opinion to be moulded. Protectionists, for example, are a mere band. Free traders are a mere band. On all these details we are in chaos. And these modern newspapers simply endeavour to sustain a large circulation, and so merit advertisements by being as miscellaneously and vividly interesting as possible, by firing where the crowd seems thickest, by seeking perpetual and, without any attempt at consistency, the greatest excitement of the greatest number. It is upon the cultivation and rapid succession of inflammatory topics that the modern newspaper expands its capital and trusts to recover its reward. Its general news sinks steadily to a subordinate position. Criticism, discussion, and high responsibility pass out of journalism, and the power of the press comes more and more to be a dramatic and emotional power. The power to cry fire in the theatre, the power to give enormous value for a limited time to some personality, some event, some aspect, true or false, without any power of giving a specific direction to the forces this distortion may set going. Directly, the press of today passes from that sort of thing to some specific proposal, some implication of principles and beliefs. Directly it chooses and selects, then it passes from the miscellaneous to the sectarian, and out of touch with the grey indefiniteness of the general mind. It gives offence here, it perplexes and bores there. No more than the boss politician can the paper of great circulation afford to work consistently for any ulterior aim. This is the limit of the power of the modern newspaper of large circulation, the newspaper that appeals to the grey element, to the average domestic man, the newspaper of the deliquescence. And if our previous conclusion that human society has ceased to be homogeneous and will presently display new masses, segregating from a great confusion, holds good, that will be the limit of its power in the future. It may undergo many remarkable developments and modifications. Footnote: the nature of these modifications is an interesting side issue. There is every possibility of papers becoming at last papers of worldwide circulation, so far as the language in which they are printed permits, with editions that will follow the sun and change into tomorrow's issue as they go, picking up literary criticism here, financial intelligence there, here tomorrow's story, and there tomorrow's scandal, and, like some vast intellectual garden roller, rolling out local provincialism at every revolution. This, for papers, in English at any rate, is merely a question of how long it will be before the price of the best writing, for journalistic purposes, rises actually or relatively above the falling cost of the long-distance electrical typesetting. Each of the local editions of these world-travelling papers, in addition to the identical matter that will appear almost simultaneously everywhere, will no doubt have its special matter and its special advertisements. Illustrations will be telegraphed just as well as matter, and probably a much greater use will be made of sketch and diagram than at present. If the theory advanced in this book that democracy is a transitory confusion be sound, there will not be one world paper of this sort only, like Moses' serpent after its miraculous struggle, but several, and as the non-provincial segregation of society goes on, these various great papers will take on more and more decided, specific characteristics, and lose more and more their local references. They will come to have not only a distinctive type of matter, a distinctive method of thought and a manner of expression, but distinctive fundamental implications, and a distinctive class of writer. This difference in character and tone renders the advent of any Napoleonic master of the newspaper world vastly more improbable than it would otherwise be. These specializing newspapers will, as they find their class, throw out many features that do not belong in that class. It is highly probable that many will restrict the space devoted to news and sham news, that forged and inflated stuff made in offices, that bulks out the foreign intelligence of so many English papers. For example, at present every paper contains a little of everything: inadequate sporting stuff, inadequate financial stuff, vague literary matter, voluminous reports of political vapourings, because no newspaper is quite sure of the sort of readers it has. Probably no daily newspaper has yet a distinctive sort of reader. Many people, with their minds inspired by the number of editions which evening papers pretend to publish and do not, incline to believe that daily papers may presently give place to hourly papers, each with the last news of the last 60 minutes photographically displayed. As a matter of fact, no human being wants that, and very few are so foolish as to think they do. The only kind of news that any sort of people clamours for hot is financial and betting fluctuations, lottery lists and examination results, and the elaborated and cheapened telegraphic and telephonic system of the coming days, with tapes or phonographic to replace them in every post office and nearly every private house. So far from expanding this department, will probably sweep it out of the papers altogether. One will subscribe to a news agency, which will wire all the stuff one cares to have so violently fresh, into a phonographic recorder perhaps, in some convenient corner. There the thing will be in every house, beside the barometer, to hear or to ignore. With the separation of the function, what is left of the newspaper will revert to one daily edition, daily, I think, because of the power of habit to make the newspaper the specific business of some definite moments in the day. The breakfast hour, I suppose, or the up-to-the-town journey with most Englishmen now. Quite possibly someone will discover some day that there is now machinery for folding and fastening a paper into a form that will not inevitably get into the butter, or lead to the bitterness in a railway carriage. This pitch of development reached, I incline to anticipate daily papers much more like the Spectator in form than these present mainsails of our public life. They will probably not contain fiction at all, and poetry only rarely, because no one but a partial imbecile wants these things in punctual daily doses, and we are anticipating an escape from a period of partial imbecility. My own culture and turn of mind, which is probably akin to that of a respectable mechanic of the year 2000, inclines me towards a daily paper that will have, in addition to its concentrated and absolutely trustworthy daily news, full and luminous accounts of new inventions, new theories, and new departures of all sorts, usually illustrated, witty and penetrating comments upon public affairs, criticisms of all sorts of things, representations of newly produced works of art, and an ample amount of ably written controversy upon everything under the sun. The correspondence columns, instead of being an exercising place for bores and conspicuous people who are not mercenary, will be the most ample, the most carefully collected, and the most highly paid of all departments in the paper. Personal paragraphs will be relegated to some obscure and costly corner next to the births, deaths, and marriages. This paper will have, of course, many pages of business advertisements, and these will usually be well worth looking through, for the more intelligent editors of the days to come will edit this department just like any other, and classify their advertisements in a descending scale of freshness and interest that will also be an ascending scale of price. The advertiser who wants to be an indecent bore and vociferate for the 10 millionth time some flatulent falsehood about a pill, for instance, will pay at nuisance rates. Probably many papers will refuse to print nasty and distressful advertisements about people inside at all. The entire paper will be as free from either greyness or offensive stupidity in its advertisement column as the shop window in Bond Street today, and for much the same reason, because the people who go that way do not want that sort of thing. It has been supposed that, since the real income of the newspaper is derived from advertisements, large advertisers will combine in the future to own papers confined to the advertisements of their specific wares. Some such monopoly is already attempted. Several publishing firms own or partly own a number of provincial papers, which they adorn with strange book chat columns, conspicuously deficient in their information, and a well-known cycle tire from supplies, cycling columns that are mere pedestals for the head of King Charles make of tire. Many quack firms publish and give away annual almanacs, replete with economical illustrations, offensive details, and bad jokes. But I venture to think, in spirit of such phenomena, that these suggestions and attempts are made with a certain disregard of the essential conditions of sound advertisement. Sound advertisement consists of perpetual alertness and newness in appearance, in the new places, in the new aspects, in the constant access to fresh minds. The devotion of a newspaper to the interest of one particular maker of a commodity or group of commodities will inevitably rob its advertisement department of most of its interest for the habitual readers of the paper. That is to say, the newspaper will fail in what is one of the chief attractions of a good newspaper. Moreover, such a devotion will react upon all the other matter in the paper, because the editor will need to be consistently alert to exclude seditious reflections upon the health extract of horseflesh or saved by boiling jam. His sense of this relation will taint his self-respect and make him a less capable editor than a man whose sole affair is to keep his paper interesting. To these more interesting rival papers, the excluded competitor will be driven, and the reader will follow in his wake. There is little more wisdom in the proprietor of an article in popular demand buying or creating a newspaper to contain all his advertisements than in his buying a coal pit for the same purpose. Such a privacy of advertisement will never work. I think, on a large scale, it is probably at or near its maximum development now, and this anticipation of the advertiser-owned paper, like that of hourly papers and that wonderfully powerful cosmic newspaper syndicate, is simply another instance of prophesying based only on a present trend, an expansion of the obvious instead of an analysis of determining forces. End of footnote. But none of these tend to give it any greater political importance than it has now. And so, after all our considerations of the probable developments of the party machine give us only negative results, so long as the grey social confusion continues. Subject to that countenance, the party machine will probably continue as it is at present, and democratic states and governments follow the lines upon which they run at the present time. Now, how will the emergent class of capable men presently begin to modify the existing form of government in the ostensible democratic countries and democratic monarchies? There will be very many variations and modifications of the methods of the arrival, an infinite complication of detailed incidents, but a general proposition will be found to hold good: the suppression of the party machine in the purely democratic countries, and of the official choice of the rich and privileged rulers in the more monarchical ones by capable operative and administrative men inspired by the belief in a common theory of social order, will come about peacefully and gradually as a process of change, or violently as a revolution, but inevitably as the outcome either of the imminence or else of the disasters of war. That all these governments of confusion will drift towards war with a spacious impulse and a final vehemence, quite out of comparison, greater than the warlike impulses of former times, is a remarkable but by no means inexplicable thing. A tone of public expression, jealous and patriotic to the danger point, is an unavoidable condition under which democratic governments exist. To be patriotically quarrelsome is imperative upon the party machines that will come to dominate the democratic countries. They will not possess detailed and definite policies and creeds because there are no longer any detailed and definite public opinions, but they will, for all that, require some ostensible purpose to explain their cohesion, some hold upon the common man that will ensure his appearance in numbers at the polling place, sufficient to save the government from the raids of small but determined sects. That hold can be only of one sort, without moral or religious uniformity, with material interests as involved and confused as a heap of spellicans. There remains only one generality for the politician's purpose, the ampler aspect of man's egotism, his pride in what he imagines to be his particular kind, his patriotism. In every country amenable to democratic influences, there emerges or will emerge a party machine, vividly and simply patriotic, and indefinite upon the score of any other possible consideration between man and man. This will hold true not only for the ostensibly democratic states, but also of such reconstructed modern monarchies as Italy and Germany, for they, too, for all their legal difference, rest also on the grey. The party conflicts of the future will turn very largely on the discovery of the true patriot, on the suspicion the crown or the machine in possession is, in some more or less occult way, traitorous, and almost all other matters of contention will be shelved and allowed to stagnate for fear of breaking the unity of the national mechanism. Now, patriotism is not a thing that flourishes in the void. One needs a foreigner. A national and patriotic party is an anti-foreign party, the altar of the modern god. Democracy will cry aloud for the stranger men, simply to keep in power, and out of no love of mischief. The government or the party machine will have to insist upon dangers and national differences, to keep the voter to the poll by alarms, seeking ever to taint the possible nucleus of any competing organisation with the scandal of external influence. The party press will play the watchdog and allay all internal dissensions with its warning bay at some adjacent people, and the adjacent peoples, for reasons to be presently expanded, will be continually more sensitive to such baying. Already one sees country yelping at country all over the modern world, not only in the matter of warlike issues, but with a note of quite furious commercial rivalry, quite furious and, indeed, quite insane, since its ideal of trading enormously with absolutely ruined and tradeless foreigners, exporting everything and importing nothing, is obviously outside reason altogether. The inexorable doom of these governments based on the grey is the foster enmity between people and people. Even their alliances are but sacrifices to intenser antagonisms, and the phases of the democratic sequence are simple and sure, forced on by a relentless competition. The tone of the outcries will become fiercer and fiercer. The occasions of excitement, the perilous moments, the ingenuities of annoyance, more and more dramatic from the mere emptiness and disorder of the general mind. Jealousies and anti-foreign enactments, tariff manipulations and commercial embitterment, destructive, foolish, exasperating objections that benefit no human being will minister to this craving without completely allaying it. Never and ever nearer, the politicians of the coming times will force one another towards the verge, not because they want to go over it, not because anyone wants to go over it, but because they are, by their very nature, compelled to go that way, because to go in any other direction is to break up and lose power, and consequently the final development of the democratic system, so far as intrinsic focus go, will be not the rule of the boss, nor the rule of the trust, nor the rule of the newspaper. No rule indeed, but international rivalry, international competition, international expansion, and hostility, and, at last, irresistible and overwhelming, the definite establishment of the rule of that most stern and educational of all masters, war. At this point, there opens a tempting path, and along it historical precedents, like a forest of notice boards, urge us to go. At the end of the vista possesses the figure of Napoleon with Caesarism written beneath it, disregarding certain alien considerations for a time, assuming the free working out of democracy to its conclusion. We perceive that in the case of our generalized states, the party machine, together with the nation entrusted to it, must necessarily be forced into passionate national war. But having blundered into war, the party machine will have an air of having accomplished its destiny. A party machine or a popular government is surely as likely a thing to cause a big disorder of war, and as unlikely a thing to conduct it, as the wit of man, working solely to that end, could ever have devised. I have already pointed out why we can never expect an elected government of the modern sort to be guided by any far-reaching designs. It is constructed to get office and keep office, not to do anything in office. The conditions of its survival are to keep appearances up and taxes down. Footnote. One striking illustration of the distinctive possibilities of democratic government came to light during the last term of office of the present patriotic British government. As a demonstration of patriotism, large sums of money were voted annually for the purpose of building warships, and the patriotic common man paid the taxes gladly with a dream of irresistible naval predominance to sweeten the payment. But the money was not spent on warships. Only a portion of it was spent, and the rest remained to make a surplus and warm the heart of the common man in his tax-paying capacity. This artful dodge was repeated for several years. The artful dodges now appear, no doubt, abjectly respected, and nobody in the most patriotic party so far evolved is a bit the worse for it. In the organizing expedients of all popular governments, as in the prospectus of unsound companies, the disposition is to exaggerate the normal capital and the expense of the working efficiency. Democratic armies and navies are always short, and probably will always be short, of ammunition, paint, training, and reserve stores. Battalions and ships, since they count as units, are over-numerous and go short-handed, and democratic army reform almost invariably works out to some device for multiplying units by fission and counting men 3 times instead of twice in some ingenious and plausible way. And this must be so because the sort of men who come inevitably to power under democratic conditions are men trained by all the conditions of their lives to set appearances before realities, as at least to become utterly incapable of realities. End of footnote. And the care and management of army and navy is quite outside its possibilities. The military and naval professions in our typical modern state will subsist very largely upon tradition. The ostensible government will interfere with rather than direct them, and there will be no force in the entire scheme to check the corrupting influence of a long peace, to insist upon adequate exercises for the fighting organisation, or ensure an adequate adaptation to the new and perpetually changing possibilities of untried apparatus. Incapable but confident and energetic persons having political influence will have been permitted to tamper with the various arms of service. The equipment will be largely devised to create an impression of efficiency in times of peace in the minds of the general voting public, and the really efficient soldiers will either have fretted themselves out of the army or have been driven out as political non-effectiveness, troublesome innovating persons anxious to spend money upon fads. So armed, the new democracy will blunder into war, and the opening stage of the next Great War will be the catastrophic breakdown of the formal armies, shame and disasters, and a disorder of conflict between more or less equally matched masses of stupefied, scared, and infuriated people. Just how far the thing may rise from the value of an alarming and edifying incident to a universal catastrophe depends upon the special nature of the conflict, but it does not alter the fact that any considerable war is bound to be a bitter, appalling, highly educational and constitution-shaking experience for the modern democratic state. Now, foreseeing this possibility, it is easy to step into the trap of Napoleonic precedent. One hastens to foretell that either with the pressure of coming war or in the hour of defeat there will arise the man. He will be strong in action, epigrammatic in manner, personally handsome and continually victorious. He will sweep aside parliaments and demagogues, carry the nation to glory, reconstruct it as an empire, and hold it together by circulating his profile and organizing further successes. He will, I gather this from chance lights upon contemporary anticipations, codify everything, rejuvenate the papacy, or, at any rate, galvanize Christianity, organize learning in meek, intriguing academies of little men, and prescribe a wonderful educational system. The grateful nations will once more deify a lucky and aggressive egotism, and there the vision loses breath. Nothing of the sort is going to happen, or at any rate, if it happens, it will happen as an interlude, as no necessary part in the general progress of the human drama. The world is no more to be recast by chance individuals, than a city is to be lit by skyrockets. The purpose of things emerges upon spacious issues, and the day of the individual leaders is past. The analogies and precedents that lead to one to forecast the coming of one-man dominions, the coming of such other parodies of Caesar's career as that misapplied and speedily futile chess champion, Napoleon, I contrived are false. They are false because they ignore two correlated things. First, the steady development of a new, quite unprecedented educated class as a necessary aspect of the expansion of science and mechanism, and secondly, the absolute revolution in the art of war that science and mechanism are bringing about. This later consideration the next chapter will expand, but here, in the interests of this discussion, we may in general terms anticipate its gist. War in the past has been a thing entirely different in its nature from what war with the apparatus of the future will be. It has been showy, dramatic, emotional, and restricted. A war in the future will be none of these things. War in the past was a thing of days and heroisms. Battles and campaigns rested in the hand of the great commander. He stood out against the sky, picturesquely on horseback, visibly controlling it all. A war in the future will be a question of preparation, of long years of foresight and disciplined imagination. There will be no decisive victory, but a vast diffusion of conflict. It will depend less and less on controlling personalities and driving emotions, and more upon the intelligence and personal quality of a great number of skilled men. All this the next chapter will expand, and either before or after, but at any rate in the shadow of war, it will become apparent, perhaps even suddenly, that the whole apparatus of power in the country is in the hands of a new class of intelligent and scientifically educated men. They will probably, under the development of warlike stresses, be discovered. They will discover themselves, almost surprisingly, with roads and railways, carts and cities, drains, food supply, electrical supply, and water supply, and with guns and such implements of destruction and intimidation as men scarcely dream of yet, gathered in their hands. And they will be discovered, too, with a growing common consciousness of themselves as distinguished from the grey confusion, a common purpose and implication that the fearless analysis of science is already bringing to light. They will find themselves with bloodshed and horrible disasters ahead, and the material apparatus of control entirely within their power. Suppose, after all, they will say, we ignore these very eloquent and showy governing persons above, and this very confused and ineffectual multitude below. Suppose now we put on the brakes and try something a little more stable and orderly. These people in possession have, of course, all sorts of established rights and prescriptions. They have squared the law to their purpose, and the Constitution does not know us. They can get at the judges, they can get at the newspapers, they can do all sorts of things, except avoid a smash. But for our part, we have these really most ingenious and subtle guns. Suppose instead of our turning them and our valuable selves in a fool's quarrel against the ingenious and subtle guns of other men akin to ourselves, we use them in the cause of the higher sanity and clear the jabbering war tumult out of the streets. There may be no dramatic moment for the expression of the idea, no moment when the new Cromwellianism and the new Ironsides will come visibly face to face with talk and baubles, flags and patriotic dinner bells. But with or without dramatic moments, the idea will be expressed and acted upon. It will be made quite evident then what is now indeed only a pious opinion, namely that wealth is, after all, no ultimate power at all, but only an influence among aimless, police-guarded men. So long as there is peace, the class of capable men may be mitigated and gagged and controlled, and the ostensible present order may flourish still in the hands of that other class of men which deals with the appearance of things. But as some supersaturated solution will crystallize out with the mere shaking of its beaker, so must the new order of men come into visible organized existence through the conclusions of war. The charlatans can escape everything except war, but to the cant and violence of nationality, to the sustaining force of international hostility, they are ruthlessly compelled to cling, and what is now their chief support must become at last their destruction. And so it is, I infer, that whether violently as a revolution or quietly and slowly, this grey confusion that is democracy must pass away inevitably by its own inherent conditions, as the twilight passes, as the embryotic confusion of the cocoon creature passes into the higher stage, into the higher organism, the world state of the coming years. Chapter 6. War. In shaping anticipations of the future of war, there arises a certain difficulty about the point of departure. One may either begin upon such broad issues as the preceding forecasts have opened, and having determined now something of the nature of the coming state and the force of its warlike inclination, proceed to speculate how this vast, ill-organized, fourfold organism will fight, or one may set all that matter aside for a space, and, having regard chiefly to the continually more potent appliances physical science offers the soldier, we may try to develop a general impression of theoretically through war, go from that to the nature of the state most likely to be superlatively efficient in such warfare, and so arrive at the conditions of survival under which these present governments of confusion will struggle one against the other. The later course will be taken here. We will deal first of all with war conducted for its own sake, with a model army as efficient as an imaginative training can make it, and with a model organization for warfare of the state behind it, and then the experience of the confused modern social organism as it is impelled in an uncongenial metamorphosis towards this imperative and finally unavoidable efficient state